am just a grizzly little bear, so small and tame you hardly know I'm there. Till my slurp suit ends you, then you'll know you missed a clue. You should know, you should know, you should know. I am just a grizzly little bear that built a cybernetic bear to share. As I dominate all of you and use it to wipe out your crew. You should know, you should know, you should know. The bear. I might be small, but I am very smart. I built the bear I should be from the start. Now you run and fear when I am near. The match is mine when I appear. Take you out and I don't give a just it's a brute. Now that golden is loot.
Love you. Sorry you're sick.
You should know. You should know. I know that no sweat out there can compare. Just try and come at me, bro, if you dare. As I rack up limbs and take you out and get that win. You should know. You should know.
What? What? What is this? RFM, thank you for... that's so many. Okay, Hinlow. Let me... there's a lot to go through. Okay, first of all, before I switch off of the starting soon screen, Hinlow, check it out. Spilling Sin, thank you for resubscribing. Just fucking 19 months is a long ass time. It slaps your ass, that's pretty cool. Sorry you're sick. Yeah. I mean, I appreciate that, is what I mean to say. I am also sorry I'm sick. So I guess what I was going to say before was I agree, but it felt weird to say that. Yeah, I don't know. It just sucks. Like, being inundated with the coronavirus is not a great experience. It's not the worst experience. It's like, I would compare how I feel right now, like, at least emotionally, like the way that I am currently vibing is like about the same level of vibe as like if someone stole your wallet, but like it was like your backup wallet and it only had 20 bucks in it. But like, dude, someone took it. Like, that's fucked up.
crud this month.
Like it's not the kind of feeling of, oh man, I'll never recover from this, or dude, what a tragedy, I feel awful. It's just like, man, I like that wallet. You know? I'm like, man, I enjoyed being well. Isn't that like, I don't know, it's worth something. I think I deserve to be well. In any case, thank you, Sins, for your sub. Thank you to RFM for 20 gift subs. They go to Shinzo122, Primal Tanuki, Barrington, Alexander Elsewhere, Froberg, Glecko, Keylime Y, Cuddles08, Small Panda Bean, Elixir, Baramos, Squirrel Days, Hyena Culture, mwah. August Otter, Doryu Z, oh my lord, Doryu. I pronounced the Z. That's the weirdest I've ever felt, is pronouncing the Z in Doryu's name, but it's just how I do things. Inbi Usagi, Kirharu, TJ Cappy Arts, Viking Wolf Himbo, and Buster Drag. Thank you, RFM, for dropping 20 entire torches. You had to trip super hard to spray torches out like that. That is nuts. And I appreciate your immense clumsiness / generosity. Thank you. Zifik subscribed. Hello, Zifik. You're beautiful. I hope Fortnite didn't try sponsoring you for $0 again. They actually didn't, which is the hilarious thing. They have had multiple promotions since they tried getting me to be sponsored for literally $0.00. But they haven't sent me a message. I checked today. I was like, I want to stream Fortnite. Can I just make it sponsored? And they literally like didn't give me an offer. So I was like, okay. I have more offers from Raid Shadow Legends, in which instead of wanting you to complete the tutorial and start playing, they want me to stream their game and then get all of you to complete like up to level 9 or something. And I was like, no one's gonna play that long. You expect me to get 10 people to play Raid Shadow Legends until they get to level 9? Like, I don't know. It just seems like a bad offer. In any case, how are y'all doing? Oy. My fucking nose is runny. It's so great. My favorite. I hope you're well, Deej. I am the opposite of that, Kaysen. But I do appreciate I appreciate the vibe nonetheless. Okay, let's go to mainstream. It's just, I mean, Kaysen, I'll be fine. I will be so entirely fine. It's just like, it's funny that you have said, I hope you're well, and I am like, I am ill. The con crud hit you late. The con crovid. The con coronavirus, which is like, can I come through to catch your COVID? Yo, you want to lick? I'll lick the inside of your mouth. I'll fucking do it. If you want COVID, I could give it to you. I don't know why you would want that. And in fact, I would charge you. I would make you pay money to come over here and get COVID, because that's the only way I can guarantee you want it. McKinley the Lucky Bear, welcome to the stream. Hey, thanks for the raid. Big appreciate. Lick of Death. Yeah. Oh, oofity doofity though. So you'll also notice that I am not using a PNG tuber right now. I am just my Garfield PNG sitting still. This is because
Kaizen King of Soft gifted a tier 1 sub to McKinley _the_lucky_bear. They have given 210 gift subs in the channel.
It's not because Kaizen gifted a tier 1 sub to McKinley _the_lucky_bear. Although that is great. Kaizen, thank you for gifting that sub to McKinley the Lucky Bear. And McKinley, I hope you have had a great stream. How did it go? What were you up to? Do we have a shout out? And if not, oh heck, I'll do it myself. Hoobaba. Crash Bandicoot 4! Oh, I fucking love that game. Oh, I can't wait to play that game. I'm very excited about it. That's just a great time. I'm sure you were having fun then. You're at the last boss level. You know what's nuts? I've never finished that game. I love that game so much, but I got so caught up in getting all the boxes and shit that I just straight up didn't even get to the final world. And I have gone back and restarted it, being like, I forgot what this was like, so let me play it again. And then I, on the second playthrough, also got caught up doing all the boxes. It's very funny. Not trying to 100% it, forget that? Yeah, like, straight up, I recommend not doing that. However, when I see a thing that I'm able to improve on the fucking game spreadsheet, I just like, I itch. When the game is like, hey, nice job, you got a B+, I'm like, oh, you motherfucker, I want better. But yeah, I should play that on stream, and I will specifically not 100% it, I'll just go with the flow. And I think that'll be fun. For the moment, though, welcome in. And welcome Raiders. I hope you're having a wonderful time. I hope you continue to have a wonderful time. My PNG tuber does not move because Discord Stream Kit is dead right now. Like, it's not dead, but as far as for PNG tubers, it is. I don't know what they did. There was like an update to their like the code on their end. And it makes it so my PNGs just simply do not work, like, at all. Like, let me turn on a random PNG. This one's pivot. You see in this? It's just my Discord icon. It's this right here. This is what my PNG tuber has become. This is pivot. It's just showing me a representation of the call.
Kaizen King of Soft gifted a tier 1 sub to Jinderwaf. They have given 211 gift subs in the channel.
So, like, now I have somewhere around, like, 30 browser sources for PNG tubers that just don't work. And I don't know if they're gonna fix it, or if, like, new CSS is going to be generated to, like, update with this latest patch. For the time being, I'm just kind of powerless, because God knows I'm not going to learn how to code this shit. And I don't want to use Fujitech, because if I use Fujitech, it's too simple. People can just change their shit on the fly, and I like curating my own stream. Like, it's very funny, the bit that happens where it's like, oh, I'm Pivot, and oops, now I'm Paula Deen. It's really funny. But I don't want that to happen on my stream. I am a control freak. So that very funny bit is not funny to me. It would make me really angry. So, for the time being, as I wait and see what happens, I'm just gonna be this little bear here. And I can swap out what bear I am. I could be a different one. What bear do you want me to be? Yo, check it out. Fucking Legacy Crudberry. It's so big. Roar. What's a different one? I could be Cradoof. Hello. I'm Cradoof. If you wanted, I could be you know, hot. God, look at my tits. Sorry. I could be Gabe with a green screen background.
RFM Chet X 420.
Thank you, RFM, for the 420. Also, thank you, Jinda Hold on. Did I totally miss that? Jinda rated. Thank you, Jinda. We got a shout out. Yay, Genderwolf. Aw, that's so sweet. Hazen gifted a sub to Jinda. You were playing Metroid Dread. Aw. I haven't played a single Metroid game. I'm gonna have to get into that. I should get into a Fortnite game, because that's the video game I'm playing. But yeah, sorry, I had a lot of stuff to talk about. I had a lot to explain. Big sad. Wish that PNG tubers were working. Unfortunately, they are not right now. I'm gonna stop being Gabe. Who should I be? I could... Oh, there's Sproy with the Tesseract. Holy shit. Oh my goodness, I love my friends. You know what? Fuck it. I'm in a mood. I'm gonna be Ramen Salt. I don't care. If anyone understands the context for this image on screen, then congratulations, you've seen some stuff. If you don't know who this character is, I won't tell you. A Foofy Bunny has entered the chat. The Floofy Foofy Poofy Bunny. Well, I would dare to say that more than a Floofy Bunny has entered the chat. There's like two whole other adjectives there.
Zinking off soft shit X10. You can add some salt to my ramen anytime.
Oh, thank you, Kaizen. I will happily... Wait, do you know my lore? Is that like a nudge nudge wink wink joke about Ramen Salt's lore? I'm squinting at you. But yeah, Jinda, thank you so much for raiding. Gotta do the big pass out for work tomorrow, but have so much fun. Thank you so much. You're wonderful. I super duper appreciate it. I'm gonna jump out of a bus if the game doesn't die. Oh my god.
Zinking off soft cheer X10. It's not, but I'm now squinting at you.
Hey guys, I love the new update to Fortnite. It's so cool how the new engine looks really good. Okay, finally. Finally it looks actually like a video game. God, every time they update Fortnite's visuals, it gets worse and worse on the first like launch game, you know what I mean? I could turn down my settings because it doesn't need to look this good, but hot damn, it looks nice. I've already asked at the beginning of the stream how y'all are doing, but there've been 2 raids since then, so like, how are you doing again? What's the consensus right now? Are we vibing? Are we having a good vibe? I hope so. Fuck corn. Corn is bad. Maize was based. Oh, dude, fuck corn. Ooh. thunder shotgun? What is that about? I am not familiar with the new Fortnite season. I've played plenty, but I played on the Nintendo Switch because I was at Dither's house and could not use my computer. So all of these guns, besides I watched Doryu earlier and the combat shotgun was in. I know that gun. That gun rules. But as far as other things, I just am not going to be good at this game yet. So bear with me, rawr, as I figure some shit out. No, I literally didn't want that. Okay, let me just get over here and we'll figure some stuff out. Bush warrior, absolutely. Thunder equals bad, Auto Maven good. Yo? Okay. Well, see, now you got me curious. Now I need to know why the Thunder Shotgun is bad. So I'm gonna take it. And if I die, it's your fault for making me curious. Oh, Lordy Lou. Turn off the radio. Who listens to music anymore? Well, flip that car. Get in that car. There's people. I am also like, so you know, I know that in the past, as in like literally a month ago, I was like gaming and I really wanted to be really good at the shooters I played, and I still do. There will be plenty of Overwatch and Apex gameplay quite soon. But for the moment, while I have COVID, I don't know if it's like, I don't know if this is what comes on the back of the box of the disease, but I don't give a fuck. It's very interesting. It's an interesting phenomenon. Like, the coronavirus has taken all of my fucks, and I'm like, damn, I mean, usually I'm pretty generous. I'd love to give these to somebody or some kind of concept, but no, like, I just don't care.
OrifemChedX69, speaking of ways, pet, by the way, there is such a thing as a tesseract.
There is such a thing as a tesseract? That's pretty poggers. You're comfort gaming. Yeah, I'm kinda comfort gaming. I'm just having a time. I'm playing a video game because there's something on screen for me to look at and focus on, and eventually it'll be nighttime and I'll go to bed.
I'll test your act.
Oh yeah? See? But here's the thing. I give so little of a fuck, I was about to like say some shit that I can't say on Twitch.tv. Like, I gotta be heckin' careful. I wanna drink this juice. That looks cool. Give me your ass. I don't know, we'll be fine. Do they not still make you read A Wrinkle in Time in school? Well, whoa, fuck. What school are we talking about? Because, like, I think A Wrinkle in Time was available to be read, but nobody tried making me read it. And you say you forgot about Deej school. I don't know exactly what you mean, but what I would assume is you forgot how I did school, which is to say, I cheated. Had I had to read A Wrinkle in Time, I simply would have just looked up the Spark Notes and then forgotten the contents of the book within a month. I caught COVID July of 2021 and again in July of this year. This last time wasn't as bad, but the first time sucked ass. Yeah, I bet. Dude, like, I have COVID, like, 2 doses of the vaccine initial, and then 1 booster, and then a second booster. And my second booster was like 3 weeks ago. No, it was a full month ago. Because it was 2 weeks before MFF. Because that is like what I needed to have it actually function. So I am as effectively vaccinated as I could be right now. And I still got COVID. Not to say that the vaccine should prevent me from getting COVID, but what I'm getting to is, like, my symptoms are likely quite mild comparatively to what they would have been had I ever gotten it earlier. And this sucks. So I can't imagine what I would be feeling. Who the fuck are you? Bro, we don't stand this. Wow, that shotgun sucks ass. I mean, maybe the problem was that I was just shooting an NPC, but if you compare that shotgun to the other shotguns that are currently in circulation, why would I ever use that? God, Zadiro, you're in trouble. I told you I would blame you. Your ass is mine. If you'd done that to a player, he'd be dead on the second or third shot. I just like... So it was like bang, bang, bang. Second or third shot. In that amount of time, a lot of the guns that are out right now could just like absolutely school me in that time. It certainly will be effective most of the time, and it's not like I'm gonna pass it up if it's like the shotgun option I currently have. But if I could get something faster, I think it's possible that it would just be better. You'll hate the Maven if you dislike the TTK of that. I'm gonna try the Maven then. If I get the Maven and then I hate it and die, then Denton, this time it's your fault. Your ass is mine. So thank you for sealing your fate. May the odds be in your favor. Also, Merry Crimsus. Apparently Santa clubbed. So that's cool. Let's go. For discouraging you trying it? Absolutely. Everyone knows if you discourage me from trying something, I gotta know what it's like. It's like, okay, have y'all ever been in the situation where somebody, like at a party or something, somebody eats a food that's really gross, like one of the hors d'oeuvres is just bad, and you're like, oh, but if I don't eat that thing, I'll never know, you know? It's, so, I have to know. That was decent, but also they had just landed. So they had 100 less health than I should have expected. Hubaba. I'll accept this nonsense sentence. Yes, good. You will accept it. You have to accept the nonsense. I've COVID, Denson. You can't argue with me right now. I've got the coronavirus. What? Come on. Don't you know it's so mean to disagree when I have COVID?
RFM Jet X69.
Now I want your
One
car.
time in college, someone made cornbread except they mixed up yellow substances and used nutritional yeast instead of cornmeal. It looked exactly like cornbread. It tasted nothing like cornbread. Someone put a note next to it saying, this is the best thing I've ever had. Whoever made this, good job. And I fell for it.
Oh no. Evil. Evil prank. But see, in that situation, if I had been there and you were like, bleh, I would immediately be like, yo, we'll see, like, I have to know. Like, I am not necessarily on this planet to have a good time. I am here to have the time, right? I curate experiences. So if there's something within reason that I can do just to, like, something that's not gonna do any harm, but might just be unpleasant for a second, I'll do that thing. You know? Like, I will eat the weird food. I will lick the Switch cartridge. The big exception to that is if someone generally, like, holds out a thing and is like, this smells terrible, want to sniff? I'll be like, no. Because my sense of smell is, oh no, I'm gonna lose that, aren't I? No!
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. We are of the same vibe, crudberry.
I'm glad we're of the same vibe, Kazin. I am currently living in the existential horror of the realization that within the next little bit of time, I'm going to lose the ability to taste and smell. I need to taste things now. Fuck. Shit. Chat, what should I taste? Holiday presents. Okay, we'll come back to that.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. Oh? Things? Anything? I could help.
Okay. I will accept your submissions in my DMs. Taste this ass? Oh yeah, with the door you emote? Okay. Lick any doorknob. Denton, that's how I got into this situation. I don't want more COVID. What if I get COVID too? The electric boogaloo. Actually, there's already been COVID too. There's been a lot of variants. I would be interested in knowing which COVID I currently have, actually. That would be great. Because I like science. And see, that's another thing, like, kind of in the same vein as that first vibe I just described. I want to know specifically what variant of COVID I currently have, so that I can document the feeling of having this, and then I will know definitively what it's like to have that kind of COVID. Like, if this is, like, COVID Alpha, I want to know that. If it's Omicron, I want to know that. If it's Decepticon, like, you know, you gotta tell me. But I don't want to, like, I don't want to contaminate my car and then go to a doctor to contaminate their office so they can take a test and then be like, you have COVID, and I'll be like, oh no, I know. You know what I mean? It feels like a bit of a dick move to do just for science. If only Snow were still around, I could just give him a sample and he could take it to the lab and tell me. But alas, I am not near Snow. Red Eye Assault Rifle. What's this about? Oh, it's the one with the HCOG. That's interesting. Okay. I still want to taste things. I've got like bananas and shit. What if I'm already losing the ability to taste? What if it's already gone? Ego! I love you! I'm gonna open up this bag of candied ginger.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10, hi crudberry. Sorry to interrupt stream like this, but did you know that Boonanose is really cute and soft and good and deserves lots of pets?
No. Yeah. Oh fuck. Y'all. This is wild. I am experiencing a wild scenario. I can feel oh, it's so weird. So, the taste debuff is already happening. It's like 40% gone. So I just tasted some very spicy candied ginger, and it was still there. I could identify it, but I had to sit for a sec and be like focusing on it to really get like the vibe. This is so weird. It's so weird being like slightly without my sense of taste. It's also very sad because I know that I'm gonna wake up tomorrow and not taste my breakfast cereal. But at the same time, that was kind of cool. I could write like poetry about that. That was cool as fuck. Do we have a shout out for Ego? You've got to do this. Ego, shout yourself out.
So moist.
Orifem cheered X69. When it got really bad, I literally puffed a bottle of 90% alcohol and I could feel it burn my nostrils, but I could not smell it whatsoever.
Yeah. What's especially weird is you're right. Like capsaicin, or I guess it's not capsaicin, or is it? I don't think it is. Whatever kind of spice ginger is inundated with, like, I felt it giving my tongue the sensation of spicy, like the burning, but I wasn't tasting the spicy as heavily. So it's so weird. It's so weird. What the fuck, you guys? I'm a science streamer. This is educational. You get back here, you skinny bitch. Fucking dimension twink ass. Ginger has gingerol? Really? That sounds like you made it up, but I believe you.
Kazinking off soft cheer X10. Ego is a cute rat, follow them or die trying.
I would agree, but I can't suggest that people die trying. Ego Punk said follow me. Did you actually shout yourself out or did you just say follow me? Hang on. Okay, yes. The shout out was given. Thank you. But please, Fortnite. Okay. It did the thing when I tabbed out and I had to click to get it to recognize my controls again. But when I clicked, it just swung the hammer instead of doing the thing. Ugh, I need to wipe my fucking nose. Yo, Egos chat. How was... I think you were playing a Ninja Turtles game? Is that what that was? How was that? Tell me about it. I love you, Ego. You're beautiful. And also, the PNG for the friend that you had on was so cute. Is that their persona? Cause they're really cool. And I want that friend to be my friend. So you better tell them to prepare for the worst, cause I'm coming. Oh shit, skis. Oh no. Ah! Haha. Oh fuck. Don't do it to me. I have COVID. No. I'm also blaming that one on Ryan. That one's Ryan's fault. It's not my fault. I have COVID. I get to say whatever I think. That friend was me. Hello. Hello.
Zinking off soft cheer, Dex 10. COVID? More like Cov dead, am I right?
You're on like a murder spree right now, Kazan. You alright? This is like out of character for you. I didn't think you were into hardcore. Ugh. Goodness gracious. The Sandman 678. What can I call you? What should your designation be?
So moist.
Orifem Chid X69. No. Don't do it. I'm a COVID.
Don't do it, I'm a COVID. We missed the question? What is their name? I need name and pronouns, stat.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. I'm a dragon of mystery. I have many talents and moods. Sometimes crunchy peanut butter is ha ha ha, no joking. It's never good. Crunchy peanut butter is bad, and if you like it, you're wrong.
Damn, Kazan. Kazan, that's an opinion. I agree with that opinion. But you're gonna get some flack for that one. The crunchy fans are gonna come out of the woodwork. They're gonna crunch you. Sleipnir? Sleipnir? I'm gonna keep pronouncing it in different ways with question marks behind it, so you can just say when one of them is wrong. Sleipnir? Sleipnir? Crunchy is the best, how dare. Oh, hi there, Sleip nerd. Sleep nerd. Sleep. Lolé. Whoa, Vor, whoa. Oh lord, Buttspot, calm down. Also, King Cinder, hello. King Cinder, I hope you're doing well. I have COVID. So I am sick, and it isn't great, but I'm still smiling. It would make me happy if you were also smiling. Kapow! Busting open a Christmas present, cause I'm hot like that. Wow, it's all healing items. I mean, I guess that's cool and all, but like... Come on, where's the diversity? Sleipnir. I was wrong every time. Okay, sorry. Sleipnir. Game says, be healthy. I'm gonna be so healthy. Oh. I alt-tabbed again. That's what happens when you do that. Also, look at the like glow coming out of the treasure chest. Looks so fucking good this season. I really enjoy the visual update. Hello? I want the... calling it a machine SMG bothers me. But that's fine. Everyone is allowed their own foibles. My mom has said ATM machine before, and that's fine. And you keep giving me the fucking thunder shotgun. Like it's a thing to do. Like it's a pastime. Fucking... I'm gonna put it right in my bum bum. Actually, no. I do want... Fuck it, fuck it, fuck it. I'm thinking too hard. What's wrong with her saying ATM machine? The M stands for machine. SMH my head.
So moist.
Orifemched X69, I put my PIN number in the ATM machine to withdraw cash money for the rave party at the dive bar.
My PIN number in an ATM machine to withdraw cash money for the rave party at the dive bar. I like that one got funnier to me the more I reread it. That was a cool slow burn for my sickly brain. Like the La Brea tar pits, the tar, no, the tar pits, yes. But you know, if that's the case, why don't they just call it the Brea tar pits? Also, isn't it... Is it weird to anyone besides me that if you say Los Angeles, everyone knows what you're talking about, but if you say the Angels, they have no clue. It's the same words in a different language, but they'll have no clue.
so moist.
Orifem Chet X69. Also, everyone shortens El Camino Real to El Camino, which just means the road.
The road. On the road. Out of the city. Gotta leave the past behind. I will go. I don't remember that lyric. Take no pity. Pay this broken man no mind. I will break out of my body. I'm a nerd for fucking Emma Essex's music. If you either now or at any point in time know that song I just sang, then I love you. And I hope you're well. You're just a nerd? Yeah? Oh yeah? If I'm a nerd, then stuff me in a locker, idiot. Fucking soak me in your dirty gym laundry, you piece of shit. Why am I so unbullied right now? I don't smell like you at all. What are you doing? And calling me a nerd? I don't like that God marked that just now. Very uncomfortable with this. Yeah, I could do DMR. Baby, you need to quarantine. I can't noogie you when you have the plague. You could so noogie me right now. Dude, my head is available for fisticuffs. Fisticums. That's the level of comedy my brain is at right now. I just laughed at my own joke, and the joke was the word fisticums. And it had nothing to do with anything. This is what I mean when I say that COVID just took away every fuck. I don't have fucks. I'm not trying to be quality right now. I'm just trying to be. And that's awesome, honestly. I like that this has brought out my most honest, exhausted self. Alright, I smooch you, but we're sanitizing you with a swirly. Oh, babe. It's so hot. You should, like... You should, like, pull some kind of size-stealing magic and then vor me. Wouldn't that be so cool? Because I'm just a little nerd. Like, what am I gonna do about it? Are you coming back? Dude, what is your problem? Yeah? Yeah? I see. What if I was big, though? As the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle would say, cowabunga it is. As the Property Brothers would say, I'd like to take your ass cheeks and make them an open concept. Oh, this would be such a funny stream if Fortnite sponsored it. Is that the literal Santa Claus? Excuse me? Oh, it's not. Imposter.
Some lies.
OrifemChidX69. Okay, sorry to vent, but I watched a story supercut of God of War 2018, and did anyone else get a little turned on when your Mungona spoke?
I'm certain that I would, but I haven't played that game. So I have no clue what this means. I should play God of War this month. Would y'all like it if I played God of War this month? Like the 2018 game? I should do that. I bet there's a sale going on right now. For McCrimbo. Oh my god, they're trying to kill me. I'm so endangered. The deep voice snake dad? Oh, cool. I like when there's a snake. Fucking Garden of Eden. Cool guy. This is the devil. Give me that. Oh fuck. I want the hammer. It'd be so good for getting me out of this terrible situation. But also if I win without the hammer, I'll be cool. Oh shit! Decisions. Also, wait a minute. Does this pistol fuck? Hello? Oh, I want to say I'm not going to need to snipe anymore, but as soon as I say that, someone's going to be the perfect distance away to hit with the DMR. I'm just going to leave without the hammer. I can handle not being... Whoa. Fuck me! Fuck me! The pistol fucks.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. Oh wow, did you just twin without the hammer? You're so cool, crudberry. And nice you found a pistol that fucks.
Thank you. I'm glad you noticed. Holy shit nuggets. Yo! Okay, alright, okay. You wanna do this? Peak slut. Oh, there you are. Yeah? Coward? Bro literally pushed me and then was like, "Ah, no way." And I got stuck in the swimming animation. Yeah, I think I don't want to use the hammer. Like it's great for moving around quickly, but it's just the gimmick weapon of this season, and it's gonna be annoying for anyone who's not using it. Yo, Jacob Spencer, thank you for the resub. Ugh. Everyone who's been resubbing, I hope you enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes. Welcome back to the Crudberry Cave. That's the place where you hear me start up a PS2 and then happily say "rawr" in the distance. Except the PS2 startup sound is not in the distance because it plays over the cave's loudspeakers. Are you excited for the My Hero collab event in this game? No, because they showed Deku in the trailer and he looks like ass. But when it happens, I will probably be convinced to get the battle pass anyway because I love him. I want him to be happy and successful in whatever he endeavors to do. So like, yeah, I am excited for it. I'm just not excited that he looks weird. Like, anytime they do a cel-shaded character in this game, it's an absolute toss-up, whether it's gonna be like, "Aw, you nailed it," or "Why did you attempt this?" Have a good stream. I'm out of here. Talk about low-budget flights. No food or movies. I'm out of here. Yo, fuck. I gotta scroll up to see the pronunciation. Sleipnir. Yo. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you have a wonderful time. Whatever time it is for you right now. Ego, you're saying sleep well in chat? Aren't you in like a call together? Didn't you just say goodbye with your voices? It's the pistol that fucks. Sleipnir is on my time. Oh, so he's cool. That rules. If you're in the same time zone as Crudberry at any given point in time, you just get a buff to your coolness. That's just how that works. There's a person in there, by the way. I don't know if you noticed. It's kind of hard to spot, honestly. You ever open a door and just have a spray of bullets hit you directly in the face? Because it's a really nice experience, honestly. I think you should try it. I want to let y'all know that my last day at Kroger was yesterday, and I'm glad to be out of that hellhole. I'm proud of you! Fuck Kroger! Oh no. Oh shit. I need another game to distract me from what I just looked at. Hyena Culture sent me a text and I'm gay. Only good thing about Fortnite is Polar Patroller. There's a lot of good things in Fortnite. I definitely like Polar Patroller, but like a lot of people just don't want to say it, and like I get it, so I will be the one to say it for them. Yeah. Fortnite is genuinely a super fucking impressive game. It's really cool. And the experiences that they've crafted and the ways that things go. It's so awesome. Like, do you know what Fortnite is? Have y'all... Most of you would probably say no. Have you seen Wreck-It Ralph 2? The one where he breaks the fucking internet and it's kind of like a B-movie? Because in that fucking Disney flick, they go, like, they look at, like, this big hub plaza, basically, and it just has all of the companies that are big right now, like, circling each other in a big, like, courtyard. And it's like, oh, look, it's Disney, Amazon, Twitter, Facebook, and it's like, oh, haha, it's actually, like, all the corporations that, like, own huge swaths of, like, media on the internet. And it's, like, disgusting to look at, and you hate it. But at the same time, being in that courtyard, being able to go and visit that, and have, like, each of those things at your fingertips to, like, augment and explore just as a customer, seems like an interesting idea. Like, I don't want a big courtyard full of corporations that rule the world and are going to threaten my privacy, and in fact already constantly do. Like, I don't want that, and I don't like any of those companies, but that place looks cool as hell, right? That's what Fortnite is. I don't want it to exist, but, like, since it's here, kind of fucking awesome. it's such a strange feeling. When I first played Fortnite on the channel, I was like, I kept saying, like, hey, I don't like this game, I don't like what it represents, I don't like Tencent, I don't like basically any of the shit that Fortnite came from, because, like, it's literally a stolen concept for a game with, like, it's a stolen concept for a game whose greatest asset is that they have the most big media crossovers in it of any game prior, I think. Like, they've got a bunch of Disney characters, they've got, like, video game characters, they've got just all of this shit. So it's literally, this game exists to be money changing hands between corporations that don't care about the game itself. And it pressures children into buying things with, it pressures children into using real capital to gain social capital, which is fucked. And it also does the same thing to adults. They've managed to figure out, like, how to get people my age super interested in Fortnite, which is what the Battle Pass is doing right now. And it's just shit. Like, everything that Fortnite is a terrible idea that I wish never happened. And I still believe that. But it's such a cool game. And it's so strange that both of those things are true at the same time. Like, I'm used to things that big companies make just for the fuck of it. I'm used to that always being bad. And, like, uninteresting. Like Disney Infinity, right? Oh, pay us a fuck ton of money so that you can get all of these toys for your kid and put them in a video game. It was mediocre. It made them bankrupt. I was like, hell yeah, that was a stupid like money-making scheme, and it didn't work, and you shouldn't have done it because you were just cashing in on a thing that was already there. But like, no, Fortnite's good. It shouldn't be good. It doesn't deserve to be good, but it's good. They have really good artists working on it. And they have really cool devs who are interested in making a fun game. Stolen? How so? You mean the Battle Royale aspect? Yeah, like Fortnite wasn't going to be a Battle Royale. It was just going to be a live service game. The Battle Royale, like, I'm talking line for line, the Battle Royale was taken from a guy that worked on PUBG and then left and made a different, like, thing for this game. I believe that is the story, is, like, it's not just, like, a clone of PUBG, it's literally, it started as the same shit PUBG was built on, and they put in the building mechanic to make it legally distinct. Like, carbon copied, but they added building. And that's why I didn't play Fortnite for a really long time, was because it was literally, like, its popularity was born out of conflict. And that conflict is specifically something that made me feel gross.
ORFM Cheerdex 420. I hate really when they shove franchises together that do not belong together just to try and make money. Like, I imagine if they tried to combine, say, Disney movies with Final Fantasy.
Yeah. But, like, also no. Because Kingdom Hearts is not, like, Disney and Square Enix coming together with, like, big business hands shaking hands to make a thing happen. It is Tetsuya Nomura wanting to make an original character and have an original story, and he used Disney to get there, which I think is a lot cooler. Like, instead of, hey, we could just combine our shit and make big popular money bucks. It literally started as an original idea, and they wouldn't let him do it. And he was like, all right, fuck you, Mickey Mouse is in it. And they were like, oh, okay. Wait, really? Like, you talk to Disney and that's happening? And he was like, yes. It's like guerrilla game making. See, that's what they want you to think. That is history. That's what's on the books. It happened. And in fact, there's a lot of friction between Disney and, like, Square and Nomura's vision. Because now that they're working together, Disney is like, all right, please represent our things like this, and make sure that, like, the characters that you make for this have a certain vibe about them. And it kind of gets in the way sometimes of the ideas they have. And you can see that when it happens, and it's frustrating. Because, like, I don't know. I connect, we talked about this on a previous stream, I connect with Kingdom Hearts because of the Kingdom Hearts characters. I don't really give a shit about the Final Fantasy characters, I don't really give a shit about the Disney characters, I'm here for Sora. And, like, if Nomura wasn't able to make that deal happen, then these characters and their story wouldn't exist. And that would be a world that's less happy for me. Sora's the most generic blank protagonist ever. I mean, are you sure? Can you describe Sora for me and I'll tell you if you're correct? Or are you just mad at a thing you don't like and haven't played? I don't mean to put you on the spot, Finny, but I think I could say definitively that that is just wrong. Sora is a 10-year-old self-insert Final Fantasy character? Well, describe that. What is that concept like? Because in like the game Kingdom Hearts, Sora is like a metaphor for like selflessness as a fault. A heart so pure, everything that he does is just sacrificing pieces of himself for other people. Which is great for those people and makes a lot of folks smile, but is constantly like killing him more and more as time goes on, to the point that eventually he just disappears. And that's what he's always been. Like, Kingdom Hearts 1 is about that. And it's a way cooler story than just main character saves
Kaizen
day.
King of Soft gifted a tier 1 sub to Foxender. They have given 212 gift subs in the channel.
And also, Foxander, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Hello, hello. How are y'all doing? And what were y'all doing? Mom, Dad, please stop fighting. I mean, I just don't know what RFM has against Kingdom Hearts. It's just a nice franchise. I think you would find that the people who work on Kingdom Hearts dislike Disney as much as you do. Hence why there's, like, never any plot in the Disney worlds. Deej, you want to make me a mod so I can do an actual shout-out command? What, like the Twitch shout-out? I mean, I don't know, I don't care. You can already do, like, !SO. And that's what I've used this whole time. I don't dislike the Twitch shout-out, but it doesn't, like, it doesn't do as much. It does that thing that Twitch commands like to do, where it's like, hey, let me prompt you to do this thing. And that's not bad. I think it's great to be like, follow Foxander, because yes, please do follow Foxander. But at the same time, like, being able to have a custom message and make it say, like, oh, they were playing this game, and that's probably interesting to you, and, like, talk about it, is way cooler than, like, oh, hey, here's a button to follow Foxander, and then I turn my head away, you know? Honestly, I think my problem with Sora may be more about how he's performed than how he's written. It's a similar feeling to Titus. I'm supposed to like this guy, but every time he talks, I want to punch him. Yeah. I mean, that's true. Like, I don't know. His performance certainly doesn't bother me as much as it does bother you, but he is also like not meant to be your favorite character. In fact, like he's not even. I mean, he's supposed to be the main character of the game, right? But his own story is that he was not supposed to be the one that, like, even gets the power to stop the Heartless. That was supposed to be Riku, who everyone else likes way more than Sora. Because, like, of course they do. That's the theming. So Sora's kind of a stupid kid who doesn't get it. And I think in a lot of ways that works well for his character. Because were he like immediately likable and not kind of annoying with how stupid he is, it would feel weird and unlikely that him getting the Keyblade was a mistake. Make them sound like the most annoying dumbasses. Yeah, well that, is this a problem? Maybe I should be up here. Maybe this works. Hello? Does this work? I guess what I mean to say is that, like, I think they're supposed to be very annoying dumbasses. And, you know, if that's not a vibe you like, then that's entirely fair, because they're annoying dumbasses. But I like that. I like that I don't entirely like him. Why? What are the balloons for? Why would I want that? That just made me a way easier target.
25. So was Alex Yik Dej. Spacey Inke.
I don't know who Alex Yik is. So, touche. Or rather, on guard. You can't yick me in a way that matters. I have no clue who that is. Don't play Yik, Deej. Don't even look at it. Yik is a game? Okay, first of all, is it Yik or Yeek? Did TTS pronounce it correctly? Yik. It's like Y2K. What? Is it about Y2K? What is... What's it about? Is it just like, oh, it's set in the year 2000, so it's like novel because it's old-timey now? Not really. It's the worst Earthbound-inspired game. all of the Yick memes Alex did, you never asked what they were about? No? You see, that's... I don't know. When I see, like... okay, when Alex made that PNG tuber, or I think maybe Safaro made it, of him as... Alex Yick, because that's what you're talking about, right? Is the one where like his hands are on his head. He's like, ah. When he made that, I was just like, what's this? And they were like, oh, it's Alex Yick. Like, see, here's the original image. And then I was like, okay, that's funny. It's like, you know, it's a parody of an image from a thing. And I guess it's cringe, because everyone goes, oh no, when they see it. But knowing that much, I just... I don't know, I couldn't bring myself to give a shit. It's like, it's like Control-Alt-Delete, where fucking, like Lost and all that shit are from. I never read it, and if I'm being honest, I don't really know why people hated it.
OrifMChitX69, DJ, I'm going to post the image that jumped out at me when I searched in the cabin.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know why people dislike that guy and that comic so much. I just know that they do. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. I don't know why people dislike Onision. But I'm like, okay. Like, I don't know, it's just a bunch of white boys. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? Like, problematic white internet guy is such a tired thing that whenever someone says, oh yeah, this is one of those, I'm just like, oh cool, and my eyes glaze over and I'm not interested. It's really fun to hear other people talk about them, but I just do not know anything about them.
So moist.
OrifMChitX69, Control-Alt-Del was just a really mediocre geek comedy comic strip. The reason why Lost became such a meme is it was a giant mood whiplash from boring nerd humor to suddenly a serious topic.
Oh, so it was like... Was that like a thing that really happened to him? Or was it just written into the comic? Yeah, just written into the... What a strange creature. How can I tell if there's any geeks and gamers at this party? I lost my baby. Okay. That's pretty cool. Did he not, like, do anything shitty? Was he not, like, a bad person? I could swear people disliked him, like, personally. Did you watch the Strange Aeons video about Onision? I haven't watched the video about Onision. I've watched the video about the book he wrote, and that was very funny. But again, like, that video is funny to me because I'm watching a funny person talk about him. I would never Google who this person is and read like a Wikipedia article. Because the result of that would be I would know who they were, and then something bad would happen to them, and I'd be like, oh no, whatever. And I don't know. It's the exact same thing that would happen if I know nothing about them. Except I would just have more context that I spent like 3 hours trying to get, instead of eating a Pop-Tart and jerking off. Like, I could spend my time better than reading about Onision or Alex Yick or fucking Yandere Dev. I don't care. I'm already in a wiki page with Mao. And see, that's great, because you're probably entertained by that. Drake the dog, thank you for your resub, and also Hammer Bear indeed. Welcome back to the Crudberry Cave. I appreciate you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and emotes.
So moist.
Orifem X69. Before the Lost page, people ragged on that comic for being just really lazy. For example, like 90% of characters have the same copy-pasted face, to the point where people started referring to it as B to the power of U and the author as B to the power of Ukali.
Buckley. I really like those faces. That like B to the power of U face is great. But I don't know. Like, I think that makes me even less interested. 'Cause like, if the thing that people really don't like about Control-Alt-Delete is just that it's lazy art, then like, okay, so this is like way more discussion than this conversation is worth. But I'm about to get into a discussion, I think. Also, Ego, what are you doing right now? Are you gonna go to bed soon? I'm reading the Lost Wiki, babe. Okay. I was gonna say, you could be on stream if you wanted to, but if you're gonna be tired, I don't want to, like, pressure you at all. It's just... it's all out of love. One sec, I'll hop in. Okay. Okay, so... this is something people also said about Adam Ellis's comics. Like, when he worked for BuzzFeed, people got, like, onto his shit for just reusing assets in his comics. And they were like, oh, you do the same face every time. Oh, fuck that. Fuck that. We're gonna make fun of it. We're gonna make memes about you. Fuck that. Fuck this guy. Fuck that. We're gonna make memes about this. Oh, fuck that. And, like... it got to a point where people didn't know why people were shitting on Adam Ellis. and they would just assume that he did something bad and join in on shitting on him. Which, like, a couple times he was wrong about things, but he wasn't, like, a bad guy. And I think that was weird. And I think it's weird, especially because, like, so reusing assets in your comics is something that you can criticize, yes, and it's something you, like, should criticize if it bothers you and you want, like, better quality out of the comics. But do you?
Some wise.
Orifemchid X69. A minor detail about the drama is that Buckley had the brilliant idea of showing Ethan mourning for his son that never was by showing that he had bought a miniature Xbox controller for his son.
That's kind of funny. But I mean, like, even, I'm talking about, like, before Loss, right? Because y'all were saying that before Loss, people were shitting on the comic already. I want to talk about that. Because, like, if you're a Sonic fan and you want Sonic games to be better, then you criticize them because you wish for something that is more enjoyable to come out of them, right? But if you're just looking at an Adam Ellis comic and you don't care if he lives or dies, but you notice that it just does the same face over and over, what's the point of you shitting on that? Like, Garfield also has the same faces over and over, and that wasn't a thing anybody really cared about pointing out until we had already started pointing it out about, like, smaller comics. Garfield was just a thing that existed and wasn't a meme until, like, the 2010s. It was just, like, constantly there in the background, looming, and we were okay with it. We just saw it and we were like, oh yeah, it's Garfield. And every now and again we'd be like, huh, that's kind of funny. And then we'd move on. Like, I don't know. There's one direction the conversation could go, which is, I think people criticize, like, small artists way harder than they criticize, like, established artists, as though being a small artist is less valuable, and therefore, like, or maybe, like, being a small artist is on a pedestal. Maybe it's the opposite. Maybe they think that they need to be, like, counterculture and against the grain of what the big company artists do, because you're small. You should be, like, punk rock with your art. Be different from Garfield. Don't just use the same face over and over. You gotta be cool. But then, if you, like, if you look at a thing that's established and see them doing the same thing that you're criticizing a small artist for, chances are you don't criticize that as hard. It's like it's assumed that it has more merit. This example isn't quite... No, actually, I'm not going to go there, because it's going to be a terrible discussion. Never mind.
Orifemchid X69. I think it was one of those this doesn't deserve the attention it gets things. And, like, honestly, I think where I personally kind of got a hate on for it is that I generally dislike low effort art that latches onto a subculture and milks it.
Yeah, but then don't look at it. Are you emoting because I fell out of the sky after you did and you shot me before I could get a gun? Whatever. But like, if there's nothing inherently wrong with the thing, then why does it need to be shat on so hard? You could just be like, oh yeah, this kind of is dumb and not, like, worth my time. Like, the only reason that...
Orifem shared X69, but if you belong to that subculture you cannot avoid it. Try being a gamer in 2008 and not listening to Jonathan Coulton, for example.
I don't know. Like, okay. An example of this is like, so I don't like Call of Duty, and it's a huge franchise that makes a ton of money and constantly keeps putting itself out there, and I don't like it, and I don't want to see it, and I don't want to play it, but I just don't care. Like, I will simply not play Call of Duty, and then if someone plays Call of Duty, I'm not gonna be like, oh, what? That game's cringe. I'm just gonna be like, no, okay. I won't play it. Like, if someone is mad at a thing for getting attention and being successful because it doesn't deserve to get attention and be successful, then that person is just bitter, and that's not a good reason to put energy into hating something. Like, oh, this comic over here is way better than that comic. And yeah, you might be right, but who cares? If that comic over there is great, then support that comic instead of tearing down the other one. It's the same as, like, and we've all watched these videos. I've watched these videos as well, right? But like, it has the energy of like a Saberspark video where it's like, I found this movie that's a knockoff of Kung Fu Panda, and oh, what the heck? How does this exist? And like, for Saberspark himself, you're making content and you're funny, so you talking about this is something that people will watch, and that's cool. That makes you success, and that's great. But like, it creates this culture around bad media that just everybody wants to shit on it so they can be like Saberspark. And then from that comes people just shitting on things mindlessly without a real reason to do it. Like people shitting on Rebecca Black.
Orifem shared X69. I guess you're just a better person than me, I guess? Lol. I mean, like, I've often felt like I'm excluded because I don't like things that it seems like everyone else likes. And like, is it unreasonable that made me kind of bear some contempt for the thing?
It's not unreasonable to have that emotion, but it's not like, I mean, I don't know. Fucking, I can't tell you what to do with your time, but if I had that emotion about something, I would think it wasn't worth my time to put energy into that. And furthermore, from the perspective of the artist that got successful doing a thing that they tried and put their heart out there for, to be able to like have that success is great. And I want to be happy for them if they're not a shitty person. Like, I would rather be happy that an artist made it than upset that one artist made it and another didn't. And I certainly don't think it's worth, like creating an entire meme surrounding shitting on this person, because that's gonna make that person feel really shitty about themselves. And Adam Ellis has talked about the depression that came out of people constantly shitting on him all the time. He's just a guy. He's not worth your time if you don't like him. And also now Ego is here and doesn't have a PNG tuber because the shit's borked.
Oh, yeah. I gotta update my VideoTuber because it keeps crashing my graphics. But, hold on.
Hello. Ego.
On Rebecca Black.
Temp. Yeah.
So, okay. I literally just... I don't... There's a difference between, like, hating and harassment.
Yeah.
And I feel like Rebecca Black just kind of got mobbed by a bunch of people who were just angry that a child had the audacity to
finds it hard to empathize with
win a
people who get a lot
contest.
of negative attention,
Like,
as a person who gets basically no attention at all.
Specifically, like, a teenage girl, which... I don't know, like, if you looked at, like, how American culture or, like, internet culture was reacting to Twilight at the time, like, American culture, especially the internet culture, like, loved hating on teenage girls. It was, like, an obsession, and we didn't just give a fuck about that entire kind of person. And, yeah, I don't know. Like, I remember being a Rebecca Black hater and a fucking Twilight hater, and when I look back on it, I'm pretty ashamed of it, because, well, Rebecca Black was just a random girl who won a contest and, like, didn't deserve any of the vitriol she got. I think maybe people were upset that, like, she got all of this production value behind a song that wasn't good, but she literally just won some stupid contest to produce a song. Like, she won, like, a sweepstakes or something. Like, it was completely random.
The thing that's interesting about that is the difference between... I'm gonna sneeze.
Nice.
Ugh.
We've
I
almost
didn't.
had a stream baby crud hype crud be ha ha crud be hype crud beppel.
Almost have a stream, baby. Yo, Timber, make it happen. Make a baby right now. But also, okay, so take Neil Breen, right?
Right.
He makes shit movies.
Yeah. And people love him for it.
Yeah, exactly. What is the difference between someone who makes something shit and gets a bunch of attention and them being loved about it, and someone making something shit and getting a bunch of attention and being attacked? Like, I'm not trying to make a statement about what the thing between those two is, but
Right.
I'm making a statement more so that that discrepancy exists, and it should probably be the first one every time. Because, like, you can watch the Friday music video and laugh at it, because it's bad, and you should, because it's bad. And that's like funny. It's funny that it doesn't feel good as a song. It's funny that the music video doesn't make sense. It's funny that that random guy driving a car who ended up being like the dude in charge of the contest just inserted himself into this music video about teenage girls going to a party on Friday, and then he disappears from the video entirely and is never spoken of again. Like, all of that is amazing. So, if it's amazing, why did we hate on Rebecca Black? Why did her being involved in this thing that's really bad and made us smile make us think, oh, so now you should die?
Yeah, well, it's because she's a girl and women need to be put in their place. It's clearly that. I really don't know what else to say about it. It's all sexism all the way down.
The thing I was gonna mention before is, why are there so many shows that go off model and have difficulty like nailing down their own style? And then only Steven Universe by Rebecca Black gets the huge criticism that it got.
You mean Rebecca Sugar?
Rebecca Sugar, sorry. They're both Rebeccas.
Yeah, I don't even see why. Also, with Steven Universe, it's an intentional choice.
Yeah, it's stylistic to determine like what people should feel in that moment about that character. It's trying to get you to assign a vibe to that character in that moment.
Also,
Steven Universe largely got hated on because it was gay. Like it starts with like the homophobia, and then homophobes look for objective reasons to justify their shitty attitudes. Because like even like the quote unquote like legitimate criticisms they have for Steven Universe are just like oh, this stylistic choice they made that has like no objective value whatsoever. This is the reason why it's okay for me to be uncomfortable with this show. See? But it's like, no, I'm pretty sure that you just didn't like that the show had lesbians in it.
Well, there's the other side of it as well, where queer people were doing the same thing. And I think it's because the Steven Universe was like it meant a lot to them, and they had this this attitude surrounding it as though like not being of the best production quality was a betrayal of queer culture. And
well, that's just horseshit. These people can fuck off.
Yeah, agreed. Also, RFM said a thing, and when I am not in combat, I will look down at that.
Some lies.
RFM Chat X69, ego that really comes across as poisoning the well. If you come out the gate with
RFM, I feel like you might equally hate that, but I think there's a pattern in our culture
say back as denial
where
or bad faith.
It tends to be women and minorities that get shit on by popular media. It's very rare that like it's some fucking white dude, and especially like I feel like Neil Brain's a good like case study. Neil Brain's an adult man, or who like Tommy Wiseau also made like what is basically an objectively bad piece of media, or one that just does not follow any kind of like standards of quality. And we love those two people for just making a bizarre piece of media.
Like it's funny because those people are scrunkly. Like, oh yeah, look at old man, he made a thing. That's so funny that he thinks this is a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'll move on.
Now I think it's telling that if it's like a woman or a minority, and they make interesting or like I don't know nonsensical or non-aesthetic like creative decisions, then we fucking despise them and hate on them. We don't let them be like, oh, this person's like charming and interesting. It's like, this person she really needs to fucking know their place. And
Well, it also
And
like even if that's not like the literal thing that they're thinking when that happens, it is the pattern a lot of the time. And that I think that's like a big part of why like that line of talking is like, if anyone actually attacked Rebecca Black herself, that's kind of fucked up. Yeah, they did.
huh?
I thought in general it was very clear she had nothing to do with it. Yeah,
She definitely had to have gotten harassed just from like the sheer amount of
She
publicity
did.
she got.
She was constantly harassed. Like it wasn't just like people knew that she wasn't the one who made the music video, but they were attacking her.
Mm-hmm.
And like that's what I'm talking about. That's what we're talking about. That's the pattern. Is bad thing was made, young girl involved with bad thing, hate on young girl is shit, bully young girl.
It also like ties in with like the trend at the time that was like it. I brought up Twilight because it very similarly like mirrors the attitude that we all had about Twilight at the time, or like if you were like me, we all had about Twilight at the time, which is just like, ugh, this is so self-indulgent. Like you have like men get this incredibly self-indulgent media that makes, again, creative choices that maybe are not like, I don't know, incredibly aesthetically inspired, but are there specifically to just play into fantasies.
Dragon Denton Shit X10, Tommy Wiseau was hated for a good while. In the 2000s, people that made works generally seen as bad quality were mocked and treated as bad people and hated. That changed since massively, but certain works, namely queer and female-led ones, tend to be targeted by bad faith actors.
Actually, not entirely sure when
Sometimes those
Denton's like
works
thing
do end
ends.
up being bad in quality, so folk that
It'll be
like
a long one.
criticizing works of low quality end up feeding to algorithm that bad faith actors do too.
Yes. To that, yes. Also, furthering the Twilight thing, do y'all remember before he said anything shitty, and that's essential, before he said anything shitty, do you remember how much people hated on Justin Bieber because he was just an F-slur?
Yeah.
Do you remember that
Well,
being
again-
like a thing everybody constantly talked about? Was just Justin Bieber being shit and not worth the attention he got because he's just some little tiny kid making music for girls, and it's stupid because it's music for girls. That was a
And the
huge
hatred is
meme.
entirely justified because it's, you know, it's media that is meant specifically to be indulgent for girls. Media that is made to be indulgent for men, like, it might get questioned, it might get criticized, but like the people who create that content like are not going to be harassed.
Yeah. I'll say it right
Yeah.
now. There is not a good James Bond movie. They just suck. Maybe Skyfall, but
I've heard
for the most
I gotta
part
see
they just
From Russia
suck.
with Love. I have not seen From Russia with Love yet, but who was it? Abigail Thorne
Yes.
from Philosophy Tube said that that was like the best James Bond movie that they've seen, and
What's-
it's Daniel Craig's favorite Bond movie, which is interesting.
To continue the thread before I get too far from it, because people are gonna
Right.
react to that if I don't finish what
Fair,
I'm
fair,
saying.
fair, fair.
Like comparing those movies to other movies, it's strange that they are as popular as they are, because you would think that they would need more quality in order to get there, right? Like, you would think they would have to make more sense,
Yeah.
but they don't, because the theming of James Bond is that machismo. It's this guy gets into a situation where he's got to do something nuts to get out of it, and some people die and some shit blows up. And then he goes to a casino and he orders a drink and he meets a lady and he fucks that lady and he doesn't really treat her well, but she's allured by him, and their relationship is questionable. And then he goes back to blowing shit up, and some guy has a weird weapon with him, and then James defeats that guy through machismo and cool ideas. And then the movie ends. And it's like, was there anything in there that was astounding to me? And am I saying that you shouldn't watch these movies? No. But I'm saying that if a different person had made them, like, if James Bond was a woman, and the movies were exactly the same, would people have responded the same to them?
I just want that lesbian power fantasy so bad. I would fucking dig that movie. That's just a very campy, like, gay action movie.
Yeah.
And I would adore that.
People got really mad. I mean, this is... yeah, this is a mix of things. The Ghostbusters thing, I can't really...
Distracted. I was just... The only fucked up thing about that is that those movies would still be horrible because they'd still be incredibly fucking racist. But, like... it would immediately become very funny as far as, like, a movie considering gender goes.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. So, I did, like... I brought up Abigail Thorne because she co-hosts a podcast called Kill James Bond that's entirely just about hating on James Bond movies.
Yes.
And so I guess that's a good example of, like, hating in a way that's, like, more constructive, because, like, 3 trans women having a podcast where they just hate on and deconstruct the sexism and white supremacy inherent to, like, a media franchise that is literally just based in sexism and white supremacy, like...
And with the essential thread of not attacking Daniel Craig for being James Bond.
Mm-hmm.
It's very important. Like,
I mean, I think they definitely had some criticisms for Sean Connery, but they weren't like, "Ah, oh, fuck this person. He doesn't deserve to be fucking alive."
Well, and also
really
the criticisms of
place.
The criticisms of Sean Connery would have been based on things that he did that were shit, probably, and not just being involved with media that was bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the conversation that I wanted to have, basically.
Yeah. How did that start? I literally left to refill my water, and I came back, and it was this conversation.
It was because I said that I didn't ever look into the like gamer type white dudes that people on the internet don't like. And I was like, what did fucking Tim Buckley do? And everyone was like, oh, nothing really. And I was like, what? Why was he a meme? And it sort of spiraled into that, where I was like, yeah, sure, Tim Buckley doesn't make great work, but, like, he's just a guy.
Yeah.
And then having made the Lost thing, at that point, I think it starts becoming like a quandary of, like, okay, this is exploiting, like, this scenario that happens to people for, like, story value in a way that isn't, like, in any way, like, it's entirely manufactured and it doesn't belong in this thing that you've made. And, like, that is so novel that I could understand, like, shitting on that work for that. But shitting on his work just because it isn't up to up to an arbitrary standard that people have decided art should have is, like, mean. And I don't like that. Like, being mad at Family Guy because it makes jokes that punch down, that makes sense. Being mad at Family Guy because people stand still and move their mouths is not worth your time. You're better than that.
Mm-hmm.
You could spend your time doing something that fulfills you instead of, like, oh, look at this, it's so bad. Unless that fulfills you, which, like, I guess, but it always extends from an enjoyment of a bad thing and the exploration of that idea into hating on the people that made it. And, like, this might be wild for me to say, but, like, I'm pretty sure Seth MacFarlane is kind of a cool guy. Like, I'm pretty sure. I'm sure there's some shit he said, because he's a human being, that's bad, and I would hate it. But for the most part, when he makes his passion projects, they're good. And then Family Guy gets away from him, and different writers come on, and they start, like, trying to catch the dragon that is the public eye, and it becomes shit. But when he first made it, it was good, and everybody agrees on that. So why, when I see Seth MacFarlane, do I know that people hate this man? Just because he made something doesn't mean it's bad.
I think Family Guy just became, like, so fucking unavoidable on like cable television that it was going to be in front of you whether you wanted it to be or not. And, like, yeah, there's a lot of media that I hate for that exact reason, Pokemon. But I also don't... I don't know, I'm not...
But, like, is it really impossible to avoid it? Like, is seeing a Family Guy or a Pokemon billboard a terrible thing?
Is it, like, an excuse for you to get all mad and grumpy inside? No.
Yeah. I wish SpongeBob was as good as it used to be, or gone. But I have never spent time watching SpongeBob just to feel angry about it. And I have never like made posts online criticizing the artist who worked on it either. And it's because, like, although this thing existing makes me upset, I don't see the justification in using that to, like, try and make others upset. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, recently, with SpongeBob getting spin-offs, which is what the creator said that he didn't want before he tragically perished, and it's being danced around in its grave, that sucks. And I will criticize that.
69. Without naming names, there is a certain set of music I am sick of listening to but cannot avoid because it is super heavily used by Twitch streams I otherwise like.
I don't think that sucks at all. I think that... I don't really believe in copyright. I think that all media just fucking belong to everybody, because especially when it becomes, like, public culture. I think it's sad that, like, a corporation owns SpongeBob and is just gonna drive that, like, property into the ground. And, like, that's disgusting. But I think it's neat that this work that somebody made entered the public subconscious, and that it's just gonna be worked on forever now, you know? It's a part of us. That is a completely different conversation, though.
Yeah, that's, like... Well, that's getting away from, like, talking about vitriol and criticism and getting more into, like...
Copyright theory.
Well, you touched more so on, like, the collective unconscious, which is a different thing entirely that doesn't care about morals.
Yeah.
And also, RFM, a certain set of music I'm sick of listening to but cannot avoid because it's super, super heavily used by Twitch streamers I otherwise like.
Lo-fi hip-hop.
Well... It sounds like you don't like their streams. And, like, maybe you would otherwise, but... if that was the case, I just wouldn't watch it. Like, there are streamers that I adore who only play Dead by Daylight, and so I just don't watch it. And that's okay. And furthermore, I don't think that you, RFM, are, like, going to the people who made that music and shitting on them. I think you have a distaste for it. This is fine. It's just the human experience, is having tastes and distastes. Wait, why are you running around? You. Oh
I know I responded to that.
A super weird choice of Fortnites to just make it so you can get NPCs with huge health pools to shoot for you while you're also putting pressure on someone else in a solos match. I think we slid from people dislike this thing to people are vocal and dislike of this thing to people harass the creator of this thing in terms of topic. No, that's what I was always talking about. Like, from the beginning of me saying, okay, I want to talk about something, I was talking about harassment against artists for just making a thing that people don't like. Because that's...
Got you.
Like, that's the problem. The problem isn't not liking something. The problem is, if you don't like something, and you choose, instead of just not engaging with the thing, to be like, I don't like this, and I'm gonna talk, like, a lot about not liking this, and I want everyone to also not like this, and I hate this guy.
Oh. Yeah, that is weirdly obsessive, and I wish people wouldn't fucking do that.
It happens all the time.
So, like, you and I talked.
It happens to people who don't, like, do anything wrong.
You and I talked at length about Adastra last night.
Yeah.
And I think you should definitely not play it, because I think you would hate play it. I love Adastra. I think it's a great story. I just have a lot of criticisms with, like... I do have some criticisms about, like, the way it's written, I think the last 4 hours of it are the most boring thing I've ever gone through in my life. And Amicus is oftentimes a shitty person, but it's also a story, and stories are about people who do bad things and then have to redeem themselves. That's just how fiction works. But oh god damn it, I still have so much shit to say. I wish he wouldn't be a husbando character. Amicus is literally very incredibly abusive, and I wish that
69. I
was
mean, the
so
problem is,
beloved by
if
so
I
many
left the
people,
room
'cause
every
I feel
time
like
someone put on Swedish
I mean, I
House
know that
Mafia,
people
I
are
would run
typically
out of
engaging in a
friends.
headcanon
Like
where
I
they're
can
just
hate
like
certain content,
not
but I
really
don't hate
looking
them more
at
than I want to be
the
around the
more
people who happen to
unfortunate
enjoy
sides of
it.
Amicus, and they're just, you know, living the fun gay fantasy that they really wanted when they were playing Adastra. But I struggle to fucking engage with Amicus that way, because I see book Amicus being this very entitled Karen character, and oof. I don't know. I also finished Adastra and felt like in love with Amicus for like 3 days after I played it, but still, like the further I've gone from the time that I played like Adastra, the more I've gotten to a point of like, that's, I don't know. The character still kind of fucking sucks. But again, like, I don't know. I strongly dislike parts of that, but I'm also not digging into Adastra to find reasons to despise it.
I don't know if digging into it to find reasons to despise it would necessarily be bad if that brought you enjoyment of the media, because that is a way to enjoy media. Hating something is engaging with the art still.
So you're just criticizing specifically, like, harassing the creators for making something you don't like?
Yeah.
And that's the only thing you're really, like, taking a stance on?
Well, if okay, there is a caveat.
Other than it being a waste of time to just fucking consume shit to piss yourself off.
If you're consuming shit to piss yourself off and you don't get like enjoyment out of it, but you just end up being mad afterwards, that's just bad for you, and don't do that. But if you can watch something that you don't like and go, I don't like this, then that's great, and do that. And that's what I do with a lot of video games that other people love, like Dark Souls. But then sometimes, when I play Dark Souls, it starts being a thing I don't enjoy. And then I stop playing it.
Oh, it's interesting.
The thing RFM said about like, oh, I didn't like this music that my friends put on, but I like my friends, so I just can't leave the room because I don't like the music. But like, that's also I don't know. I don't see why that is like a big issue. Like disliking, like I said, disliking something is fine. And if a song comes on that you dislike in a room of people who want to listen to it, like, the most constructive thing that you can do is just ignore it. You can't leave the room, but you don't have to sit there focusing on how much you don't like the song if it makes you upset to think about it. You can just talk to your friends.
Yeah. Also, I want to touch on the Adastra thing. I think Amicus is an amazing character. I just want to say that I know he's the space wolf equivalent of like a white supremacist. He is a rich Republican son, he like it's just legitimately what he is, and he's insufferable, and I can't fucking stand him. But he also does a lot of things within the story to
So
redeem
nice.
himself, and
I
I care about that person a lot, and I really want him to grow.
In a room who's not
but I also
enjoying
just
something,
don't
it feels
find
like
that
something's
person
wrong with
emotionally
me, and or
attractive in
makes
any
me
way.
question if they care whether I'm enjoying it or not.
I'm not enjoying something because it says wrong with me and or makes me question whether they care if I'm enjoying it or not. Well, it doesn't matter. You're not there for the song on the radio. Like, if you were not a person in my chat that I like care about, like, not upsetting, I would just say who cares. Like, you're in a room, like, if there is media that is on, like, I hate Bruno Mars. I don't like Bruno Mars songs. A lot of them were really sexist and they got really popular and it made me uncomfortable how they were on all the time. But if I'm in a store and a Bruno Mars song comes on, I'm gonna be like, ugh, this sucks, and then I'm gonna keep shopping for shoes, and I will forget that it was on. Like if you put energy into thinking about it, you're going to make that experience worse for yourself. And
Also, people are not going to be happy with you if you immediately start with like, "Oh, I fucking hate this thing you're all enjoying right now."
well, yeah, and it's not a problem to not enjoy something that other people like. It's just being different from other people, which is normal and should be celebrated. No one needs to be the same. No one needs to like the same things. And if you are experiencing someone liking something that you don't like, I don't know. I have the other thing happen to me where I'll be excited about something and I'll show it to a friend and be like, oh my god, I'm so excited that this is gonna happen, look at this. And they'll be like, okay, whatever. And that sucks! Because I'm trying to share my experience of enjoying something, and just because they don't have a taste for it, they don't engage with me.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. Elden Ring was huge.
It sucks.
Thousands, if not millions, of people were talking.
You don't
about
have
it
to
and
like
looking
the
forward
thing to
Tokyo
be
game.
around people you
But
enjoy
that's
and
not
talk
even
to
a
them.
tenth of the world. Even if you're one person in a room who does not like something, does not mean something is wrong with you. There are 8 billion people on Earth, and best are only a few million of them like it. So you're actually part of the majority.
Yeah, that's fair as well, Kazan. The problem isn't not liking something, it's the aggression people have about not liking something that they interrupt your enjoyment to kill your mood. Yeah. Like, the problem isn't I don't like thing, the problem is I don't like thing. I will make me not liking thing your problem. It's one thing to complain about something and be like, ah, fuck, I wish this was different because I would enjoy it more. And it's another thing to be like, oh, you like this thing? I don't like that thing. Humph.
Yeah.
And then as the conversation was going before, it's a different thing entirely to be like, oh, I don't like this thing. The person involved with making this thing is shit. Because there's just no point in that. Furthermore, Adastra is a story about a guy that I don't like as a character. And that's fine, because it's a story, and I want to engage with stories based on the art medium that they are, and the plot that is trying to be written, and the points being made, and the experience being curated. the reason that I don't like Ad Astra isn't because of the characters and the plot and the way things turn out. Like, it's not because it is a story and has flaws. It's because it is shown to me as a dating sim. And that's the conversation that Ego and I had last night that we got into, was
Yeah.
I dislike Ad Astra and have no interest in being involved with it or playing with it or like being super about it because it's a dating sim. And
There's dating sim portions, but there's like a political thriller that's like wrapped up in that.
yes,
That's the actual story going on, and it uses the dating simulate like elements to bait you in to participating in the story that the writer wants you to like get into.
yes. And I don't like that.
Yeah, I also dislike that.
Like if I
Which
saw
I think
Ad
they did that
Astra
on
as
accident, but yeah.
sure, but regardless, if I saw Ad Astra as a visual novel that was about political intrigue and some form of like intense story, I would be like, ooh, cool. But if it's like, look at this big hot man, we're gonna talk about how big and muscular and cool he is, and how his belly is soft, and how he's so cute, and how his dick is huge, and then you make the story like a political thriller.
Yeah. So
what are you making?
I'm gonna say
What is this
something
about?
that's gonna fucking fry your noodle. Are you ready for it?
I don't think my noodle will be fried. Try me.
Okay. The first time you actually get a sex scene between your character and Amicus, like an actual like written, this is it, this is the porn
Spoilers
payoff,
for Ad Astra, by the way.
it's like 8 or 10 hours like into the novel.
Yeah, that doesn't fry my noodle. That seems correct.
It's fun. Like I think it's a good payoff. It's really well done when they finally get to it. But if you came to Ad Astra because it looked like porn and you asked somebody like, "Hey, is this porn?" and they're like, "Yeah, there's porn in it." And then you find out after 8 hours of fucking playing this thing, oh, there's just this one scene and it's this far back. Like it does feel like baiting to me.
And that's
And I'm
how
not saying
everyone
the writer is-
experiences it.
Yeah,
So
a lot of
nice.
people experience it that way. A lot of people are just like, "Oh yeah, you're gonna
Revenge
love
Shit
like falling in
X69.
love with this
I guess
character,"
part
and
of
then
me wants
like,
to say, can we do something that we all enjoy?
there's a lot more
And I'm
going
worried
on
the
to that
response will be,
story
well,
that is
everyone
like the
enjoys this
actual
except you,
focus, and
we
people
don't really
should.
care about you, so fuck off.
I don't know. If you look at the art that floats around Twitter about Ad Astra, you see cute little character moments, or you see like little imaginary dating scenes, or just straight up porn of all of these characters, and it's I feel like the way it's advertised, it doesn't advertise the thing that it's trying to do. I think Echo, on the other hand, like I've talked to people about Echo, and they're
It's
just like,
obvious
"Oh yeah, you
that
should know
Echo's
that
going
this
to
is
have
not
some shit
porn."
in it. Yeah.
Yeah, Echo is just straight up about like, yeah, this is a story where characters deal with trauma. It's not. It's a furry visual novel, so of course there's sex scenes in it, but it's very direct in that Echo wants you to feel things. And Ad Astra is like, oh yeah, here's this fun dating sim. This is going to be very, very indulgent. And then there's indulgent parts of Ad Astra because the writer has gone on record to say that they tried to make an indulgent story and they just couldn't resist making it like this like much more intriguing story. And like that's cool, but it just feels like they accidentally made one of the most queer baiting stories I've ever read in my fucking life.
Well, but not queer baiting in the classic way. But
Yeah,
because this is all shit that we talked about last night with tons of context. So I'm saying
that's
this
true.
for anyone listening who doesn't have that context and is going to be like, it's not queer baiting because they're queer. Yeah, we know.
Yeah, yeah.
But like, so that plays into what I don't like about Ad Astra once again, which is, and again, I'm not saying this to shit on liking Ad Astra. It's a great story, and you should like it. And I have recently talked on a stream about how a video about Ad Astra made me super emotional. And like, I want people to experience it and have a good time with it. But when I say I want to play a dating sim, and people direct me towards a game that technically presents dating sim and then has less of that and more of drama and intense story, like, it's great that it has intense story, but I wanted a dating sim.
Oh my god. The reason I hate the last 4 hours is because, like, the story's really fucking intense for a long time, and then the last 4 hours is still intense and still has great, like, stuff in it, but it's 90% world building, and then 10%, like, doing the actual indulgent, like, part. And then even some of that is just more drama via the way of showing the player that, oh yeah, Amicus does kind of suck. Like,
don't bring up examples of it so we can stop saying spoiler word for Ad Astra.
Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it. But
it is not as advertised, which I did a whole stream about this. The philosophy of fooling somebody. What is it worth? How good of an experience is it? Do people like it? Do they not like it?
Game of Thrones.
But, well, not quite. That was something that evolved as it lived.
Yeah, that's a good point.
But with Ad Astra, that's my whole thing. Is one, I want a dating sim, and it isn't one, so I'm not interested. And two, the only thing I ever see about Ad Astra ever is, I love Amicus. He's so cool and hot. I love him. He's great. This is a great story because I love Amicus a lot. And that is a valid experience to have. But if that satisfies someone's dating sim craving, then I love that. But I don't want to go through emotional turmoil to arrive at that place. I just want to look at a dating sim.
You know, I've gotten similarly...
So sorry, I'm interrupting, but I gotta finish this thought because I keep getting to it and having to stop. There are so many dating sims that are queer that just focus on tragedy. And it's not always specifically queer tragedy. Some of them are. Like, oh no, homophobia exists. But regardless of whether or not it is very often just tragic. And then there will be pieces of those games that, like, that are romantic, like, interspersed in there, right? And I am just trying to have fun looking at hot boys and choosing which one will have, like, a cool relationship with me. I want there to be conflict in a dating sim, so that I can experience us overcoming that conflict and having a happy ending. I don't want to have a game that strings me along towards that goal, and then I get, like, sad on the way there, and then the payoff doesn't come. Like,
Yeah.
that's a really artful way to tell a story that's not a dating sim. And too many dating sims focus on doing that so they can be, like, great stories. But it's not what the thing that you made is for.
Yeah.
It's like if you got an Xbox and it was like, congratulations, I've given you a Hot Pocket.
There's
Like,
this
thank
one,
you. Do your job.
Yeah, there's this one furry like porn author, and I've read through like four. Like I despise them because I've read through like four different stories of theirs that like starts off, and is just like, here's the setup for it, and then like it does enough setup so that you know what's going on, and then it immediately gets like right into the like pornography section of it, and then instead of like getting to the ending of the pornography section like they imply, every single time they jump cut to like, oh, now the pornography is suddenly interrupted and it's about this dramatic thing that's happening instead. And it's literally not, and then they never get back to like doing the porn. It's like this character is just like literally baiting people with pornography to get into like the political messages that they want to be saying, and it just feels like they're shaming the viewer to be like, oh yeah, you thought you wanted furry porn? Oh yeah? Well, did you think that this like kink that you're into is actually wrong maybe? Yeah, you're disgusting for being into this. Look at all the tragedy that this thing could cause. And it's like, dude, it's not
why we're here.
Fuck you, dude. You told me this is gonna be a thing. And then you turned around and you want to fucking kink shame me? Go the fuck to hell. I've also had a similar.
Oh, go ahead.
I there's another one I'd like to put a pin in, but it's another thing of like an artist like subverting expectations, and it's not clever, and it's more often than not insulting as a viewer, in my opinion. But anyway. What was your thing?
I was trying to get my dick wet, you know.
Nice.
If I play a visual novel, I am trying to engage in the human experience of, like, of speaking with my romance and sexuality parts of my brain. I am not trying to, like, cry, which again, personally for my tastes, I don't mind if there is drama and sadness in a story in a dating sim, but the dating sim has to take precedence over it still. I have to want to get over the drama because I want to date this character, and it'll be okay in the end. Like, there is a storyline in a very old, not very old, but like one of the quote-unquote classic furry dating sims that was added in the last 10 years that the whole time is just an uphill battle because the character has internalized homophobia. And it's difficult, even though you're in love, to really make the step of even becoming a relationship because he's constantly pushing against it because he thinks it's wrong. And then the payoff to that story is that you get there and he finds a way to understand it and to believe in himself and be happy. And that's a really cool payoff. Alternatively, there's another way that that route can go, where if you determine that being in this situation is not what you want and you just want to hop out before the story like comes to its conclusion, which is fair, you can literally start talking to someone else in the middle of it, and it doesn't betray the guy you were first going for. It just gives you a happy ending that is unrelated to the thing you went through. And that's also cool. I enjoy that. I enjoy that you can either endure the sad thing and make it on the other side and be happy. Or you can get a happy ending by saying, fuck it, this isn't for me, and going somewhere else. If Ad Astra was actually a dating sim, like everyone told me it was, I wouldn't choose Amicus. You know?
Yeah. Nah, Amicus fucking sucks.
I won't go as far as to say he sucks, because I haven't played it and I don't know him. You were just like burning the ire. And you're gonna make someone want to disagree with you so bad.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is I wish I had another choice. I wish I could be with someone else in Ad Astra who wasn't Amicus, were it to be a dating sim. Oh, and that's another thing, is that a lot of dating sims give you the choice of characters, and then they're like, you chose wrong. And like, fuck you. Why did you make this character and put them in a porn game if they weren't supposed to be, like, an option?
Yeah.
Who is doing this?
The
Are they up? Oh my god, they're up. That's so annoying. And I have no cover from them. This sucks.
The thing I had a pin in is that there's another thing with like erotic furry storytelling that I can't stand, which is the amount of times I've like found a story and been reading it, and it sets up one thing, and then at the very end it introduces a kink that it did not imply being in there, and it irritates me every time, and I just wish it wasn't used as a plot twist. Like, I wish that writers would like give me the ability to consent by, you know, just at least showing something at the front, like, hey, content warning, we're gonna deal with this specific kink, or like this specific like subject matter. And to find it out, like, to be expecting one thing when you're trying to have like one experience, and then to have the rug pulled out from under you, whatever it is so incredibly fucking frustrating. And a lot of writers think that this is good writing, and I think subverting the audience's expectation is not the same as like having interesting plot twists. Like, falsely advertising what your story is going to be about, especially when it could expose like people to things that are traumatic for them, is just disrespectful to the viewer on the face of it.
Yeah, but then
it's disrespectful to your audience.
Where do you stop extrapolating that criticism? Because then do horror movies not put like things that could trigger people in them?
No, what I'm saying is, like, I don't know. There's like, I'm talking about like, okay, so like, let's say that there was a story. I don't want to use like the specific example, but like let's say that there was like a porn story that was like, oh, woo, this is like a sexy bondage story. Oh yeah, isn't this interesting? And then it gets to like the end of it, and then the characters start talking, and it's like, oh, these characters are like father and son, and they like secretly knew it the whole time, but they weren't like telling the viewer, and then all of a sudden at the very end they tell the viewer, and then now, oh, cool. Thanks, writer. You just fucking baited me into reading an incest comic, whether I fucking wanted to or not.
Yeah.
Thanks, dude.
That
I hate it
would
when
be
people do
fucked
that
up.
shit.
Does that happen?
That's yeah. That was the literal experience I was talking about. Like,
Wow.
yeah, I read a story, yeah, and like I'm kinky and I'm into people discussing fucked up scenarios. I can fucking open my mind to that shit, but like, yeah, if you don't tell me up front that that's what your story's gonna be about, and you're just gonna try and shock me at the very end,
Yeah.
it makes me mad because it's not. Like, fuck, I'm not personally, like, disturbed by a lot of things like that, but I do get incredibly fucking pissed off at writers when they just try to be like, I don't know, just all of a sudden shove me into an experience that I didn't consent to be into.
Right.
Especially when it's with, like, subject matter that's as heavy as that. Like, ugh. I have maybe one exception to this. There is, like, I can't mention the movie. There's like a teen drama that seems like it's going to be kind of like a romantic comedy, and then at the very end it gets incredibly fucked up and incredibly traumatic in like a very like way too viscerally real way, and under no circumstance does anything in that movie or in the advertisement for it or like on the box art give you any implication that it's going to spend the last 10 minutes of the movie in this incredibly traumatizing space. And I love that movie. But I was also like, I had a friend have me watch it, and like, he told me like it was going to get really fucked up at the end, and I was like, oh, okay, cool. But I still, I don't know, that kind of writing makes me a little sick to my stomach.
Yeah. But then I mean, I guess that's why there's content warnings at the start of things.
Yeah, you know.
But I think there is value to subversion in media of expectations. Like that one season finale of Always Sunny that deals with Mac's relationship with his father. Just ends up being like a serious story because they can't afford to treat it shittily. So they just play it straight. And that's incredible. And I really loved it, and it had a huge impact on me that changed my opinion of that show to I don't care for it to I want to watch it. And I think a big part of what's important about how they did that, even though it is possible for it to still traumatize people who have, or to trigger people who have that trauma, I think the way that they attempted to do it in, yes, exploring that tumultuous issue, but also giving a light at the end of the tunnel as well, right? Is what's important for writing like that. Like if you just make the end of your story super fucked up and then drop it and leave, it can be cool. Sometimes it can be really bad. If you're going to deal with sensitive subject matter, you have to soften the blow. And in that Always Sunny episode,
Kazan King of Soft gifted a tier 1 sub to Forest_the_fool. They have given 213 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, TTS. If you were going to explore a subject matter that could fuck people up, you have to kind of do aftercare, right?
Yeah.
Like it has to be clear that while this shitty thing is happening, you can believe that things will be okay afterward. Otherwise, like, you can still make that art, but I think you should expect people to respond very negatively to it. And in which case, is that what you wanted to do? And then sure, and if not, well then here is that criticism. So yeah. thank you for the raid, Forrest the Fool. Hello. Hello, how are y'all doing? And thank you, Kazin, for gifting a sub to Forrest the Fool. Big McThankyous. You were streaming art. What kind of art? How did you like it? How did it go? I want to know. And if you are in the crudberry camp, consider clicking that link and going to check out Forrest's channel.
ORFM Chid X3000.
That is a big number, RFM. You do not need to be giving me big numbers.
Yeah. Also, RFM, I've been reading your comments. We haven't really had a moment to like respond.
I haven't seen
I'd like
them,
to
I'm
DM with
sorry.
you. Oh, okay. I would like to DM with you on Discord about that later. But yeah, sorry that it didn't fit like the flow of the conversation. Want you to know that we love you and we care about you, and yeah.
Yeah, always. And I want to, like,
You're not being shitty.
yeah, you're not being shitty. Like, I don't know. Well, I also don't know what you did, so you could be like, oh, you don't know. But, I don't know, I don't want you to think that were you to have said something that upset me or
Almost a year.
that I didn't see or however that you have to be giving me like literal money as recompense.
Yeah, that's a
I
good
don't
point.
want to not say thank you for 3,000 bits because that's really huge and it helps a ton. But I want you to give that because you want to and not because you're guilty. And so I am actively discouraging you from giving me that much money if it is because you feel like you're compelled to. Because you never are. If you are here and enjoying yourself, you are only compelled to have the experience that you have. And if you're here and not enjoying yourself, then I am sorry. I imagine there will be times when everyone will not be enjoying me.
Yeah.
Not like everyone at once, but like everyone has a time when they're not enjoying me.
No, fam, no. That's not true. And also, I wasn't annoyed with you, by the way. I know you said you feel like I sounded that way. I do not feel that way at all.
Making a bunch of people leave. But
I say I don't watch the numbers on my stream, but I'm watching the numbers here, and no one's leaving.
yeah, I haven't
not
watched the
seeing that.
numbers. I like on one side on one side of that, I don't watch numbers nor care about the numbers. On the middle side of that, were you making people leave, I would still not want you to give me money to make up for that, because that's still you feeling guilty about it and paying it away. And I just want you to, like, have a good time when you donate, rather than do it because you feel a responsibility to, because you don't have that responsibility. And thirdly, I can guarantee that you're not making people leave, because if anyone is, it's me. Like, and I don't care. I choose to engage in these conversations. I am an active part in this, and you cannot control what I do in it. So, like, if people were not enjoying the conversation that we were having, I'm choosing to have that conversation, and this is my show.
That's a good point.
If I didn't want to have that conversation, or if I thought that you said something that I didn't want to discuss or wanted to close down, I would do that. But I didn't do that, so I wanted to keep talking. And if people leave because we're having that talk, they didn't like this stream. Fine. Someone else will.
Yeah.
The art of my Twitch streams is that it is the genuine experience that I have in this moment in time. Which means, like, being unscripted and unfaked. Sometimes it just won't be interesting. Or sometimes it'll be a different vibe than someone may have expected. And they don't have to watch it. There are so many hours of crudberry out there. They'll come back. Yeah, see, it's Crud's fault. Exactly. I mean, it literally is. Every second that I decide to engage with a, like, discussion or argument in a stream of mine is my choice actively to do that. I am no fool. You cannot trap me in a conversation and have me not realize it happened. And also, there are times when I just, like, don't look at chat. Either because I'm playing a game or because I am saying something that I know will take a long time and I just don't want to interrupt myself because I will forget what I'm saying. And I make that choice actively too, and it's not a personal choice. It is a choice that I make for myself personally, but is not personal to the people that I don't look at. I like to respond to everything that I see if I can. But yeah, that's the other thing, is like, if there's something that you say that I don't say anything back to, it's just because I'm not looking. And whether or not I'm looking is a me thing. It's not a you thing.
Yeah. Well, you also have ADHD.
Yeah.
While playing a video game while talking, and it's hard to focus on multiple things at once when you have ADHD. So sometimes reading chat and also trying to finish what you're trying to have to say is like impossible.
Yes, that that, and if I am really into a topic and want to hit the point that I'm making, then that at that moment is the most genuine experience that I am having, and so I want that to be what the show is. So, like, when I just go on a tirade about something and, like, talk about it for 10 minutes without looking at what people say, it's not because I don't care what people think, it's just because I don't think it needs to be a part of my show at that moment. And it is in the show because it's in chat, and people will read it, and the VOD watchers will read it, and they will engage with that idea themselves, which I also think is cool. This has become me just, like, deconstructing my own art, but fuck it, let's go. Any and everything that you say, chat, is going to be watched in the future and is going to be thought about. People will read every single chat message. Like, even if they don't read every chat message in one sitting, someone will read what you said. And that means that nothing you say ever goes without any value. That is why I crave to have the chat in the VOD. That's why I have the setup that I have. Is because I, in the moment, cannot engage with everything, but someone somewhere will, and that means everything that y'all do has its own value. Which, even someone engaging with it in the moment by looking at it and having a thought about it is inherently valuable. But I want to give that, like, I want to extrapolate that into further value. I want to make it clear that I personally think that engagement with another person's idea is important and should be a part of the experience that I put up on YouTube. And that's why I have the chat in the VOD. Is because, yes, it's my show, but I share it with you. I invite you here to say things in my chat room, and then that relationship of us discussing things is important to me. So yeah, that's a long way of saying, if I miss your messages, yup, I sure did, but it's not for nothing.
Yeah. So I know a lot of people that are really good people.
Bragging. Go on.
No, I'm like surrounded by people who are good people. And you're an especially good person, but you're good at being a good person.
Oh, how do you mean?
I mean that when you see that there's something that is like questionable, like somebody donated money and you feel like that might not be for the best reason, you make sure that, you know, they know that they don't have to do that thing. And I don't know, I know a lot of people who are good people that have really gotten people hurt because they've run into a situation that makes them feel queasy and they want to do something about it, but then they fail to really find like the equitable solution. I'm saying that you not only want what's best for people, and I'm seeing that, but I see you doing the work to find at least what you feel is the equitable solution and taking responsibility for things. That's Mr. Meeseeds. Wow. Okay. But no, you should pat yourself on the back for that. I just want to say I respect how you didn't, like, I don't know. You could have just been like, oh yeah, you donated money. Oh, you didn't have to do that. But
Hey, I don't remember seeing you post that you were live, and I haven't seen you since
me.
you disappeared to fairies. Come on, Deej. Also, hi,
Yeah.
I'm gonna squeak you.
I don't know, you saw something that made you feel weird and you immediately dealt with it, and you dealt with it with like dignity and respect for this other person, and yeah, that's cool. A lot of people don't do that. A lot of people might get uncomfy and want to do the right thing and then just kind of drop the fucking ball. Well, we've talked about a specific case recently, and I just want you to know that I'm not talking about that specific thing, but just in general. I don't know. I talk to a lot of streamers and content creators who will get that feeling of just like, I don't know about this, and then just kind of do what they can to brush it off immediately. And I just saw you not just brush it off, and yeah, that's cool as fuck. Also, thank you for that shout out back there.
Well, I appreciate you saying that. I don't know. I actually do appreciate that Ronaldinho saucer so much because I had to put in a cough drop, and I was gonna just start like hacking up a storm if I kept talking. Oh my god. Oh. Bail. So there is one side of that, which is I care about making things like square, right? Like if I sense the possibility, and not even to say like, oh, this is what happened, right? Or this is what happens, like when that happens, but if I sense the possibility that someone is giving me money, Blonde Fishy did this a lot, and I've talked with them a ton about it, and since they've stopped, but if I can sense that someone is giving me, like, a monetary, like, investment, for reasons beyond, oh, hey, I have this to spare, I just kind of feel like throwing it out there, yeah, sure, have it. Then I want to discourage that, because the kind of donation that I want to receive is that kind of, oh yeah, sure, take this. I don't want people to feel like they have to pay to apologize or speak or be enjoyed. And we talk about this all the time. I have brought this up so many times on the stream. But furthermore, like, I don't have any issue with people not doing that, because streaming's their job, and getting money is getting money, and if someone gives you money, they have made that decision, and they're adults, and they can make those decisions for themselves. Like, they have entirely enough right to throw a bunch of money at a person, and I can't say whether that experience is valuable or not, because if it gives them some kind of value in the moment, then it can be. And so, like, whatever, right? But as this is the show that it is, and as I intend as this is the show that it is, and I intend to say exactly what comes to mind in the moment because that is my genuine self, I do bring it up. And I don't know, I don't want to say like, oh, it's not because I'm a good person, it's just because it's my art. But like, that's halfway what I'm saying. If I were being financially smart, I would just have never said anything, and then I would be supported, and I wouldn't blame anybody for doing that. But because it created a quandary in my mind, I had to say something.
Yeah.
Because it would not sit right with me to have that happen on my stream and not say anything. And that's just, like, what I make. That's my art. That's my idea. That's my, like, experience that I am hoping to conjure.
Yeah.
And I particularly want to create a community that can support itself. And not just be about me. And so investing in people and making sure they're doing alright, like setting examples of ways to breach a situation that some folks might not know how to breach, or have a conversation that some folks might not know how to have, or speak my mind specifically when I know that it's not going to be popular, the thing that I said, but be able to articulate what I'm saying still. Like, those are all people skills that nobody teaches you,
Yeah.
and everybody is lacking some people skills. I'm lacking plenty.
Yeah.
So like,
Sorry.
being able to be,
That came out wrong.
yeah, you are.
That came
Piece of shit.
It came out so wrong. I fucking hate you, piece.
Yeah.
Why
You're gonna
am I
finally
even
vore
here,
me because I'm a
goddammit?
nerd.
I'm gonna finally bore you, you fucking.
Yeah, get me in
Baby
there.
man.
Let me swim in your guts.
All right.
But yeah, like, I feel like demonstrating some of those things and showing like, hey, it's not that scary. That could help someone, and it certainly breeds a community that will be more likely to help each other in my absence.
I don't know. I see a lot of people who are like community leaders, and it's like an inevitable part of streaming if you keep doing it. And I don't know. I've seen some people who have like noticed that people had either A, gotten hurt, or B, had the potential of getting themselves hurt due to like boundaries within like the community. And feeling upset by it, not really knowing what to do, and then not having really like the skills to like prevent it. And I guess what I'm saying is like you don't just have the knowledge of what's happening, you also have the skills to actually do something about it, and I respect that, and you should give yourself credit for that. And I guess it's kind of eye-opening. It's also on me to like stand up for the people that I'm talking about who are having issues in their communities and try and help them get through it.
Yeah. And I appreciate you saying that, because it does signal that I'm doing something right. I don't know. You know me. I don't congratulate myself, because I don't do things to be congratulated. But it makes me feel happy when people say so, especially when people say shit like what RFM just said. Like,
yeah,
like compliments like that hit me very hard, and then I usually won't dwell on it at all or take credit for it at all, because the experience that I have had with feeling that is mine. And I want RFM to know right now that I am super grateful for you saying that, and I'm happy that I can help you to feel safe, and that I can provide a space in which you feel that you are valued, because you are, and you deserve to feel that way, because you're fucking cool.
Massive and shared X10, you make me feel.
I'm sorry, RFM. That comment made me cry.
Oh, you feel effervescent. I don't know what that word means, but it sounds like something you would say, Mars, and I appreciate it.
Kazinking off soft shared X10, I really like hanging out in your streams. It's like being in a room with friends, just hanging out, doing our own things in a safe place together, chilling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really pretty.
So that's part of what inspired me to make a show that's very, very genuine, is because I got that feeling from Game Grumps when I was a kid.
Yeah.
And then I realized that they are not doing that. Like, okay, well, Dan and Aaron are, but John and Aaron were not. It was friends hanging out, but it became clear that there was a lot of shit behind the scenes that was just
a very bubbly
manufactured.
liquid, and it's not really an adjective that applies to people, and I think it's really funny to use it.
Yes, Mars, I had assumed such was the case. and I am happy to hear that I read your comment correctly. But yeah, I want my show to be me hanging out with chat and with whoever I bring on, and I want it to be real. I want to have guests on when I want to see them, and not when it would be a good business decision to have that person on. I don't usually ever invite people to collaborate, right? Like,
Right.
I don't go, like, I don't go to people that are, like, streamers, whether they're popular at my level or above or below, and say, hey, we should do a stream together, because that'd be really good. Unless I have already had an idea of what it will be, and someone comes to mind, and I'm like, them. They work so well for this. I would love to play this game with them. That's why you haven't seen me playing, like, Jackbox Party Pack games with my friends, or, like, VR chat, or things like that. And it's not because I wouldn't like to do that. I would love to do that, especially as community days, because that means I get to actually interact with y'all more, rather than interacting with my curated people in a way that I would just do off stream. But I don't play those games because the experience that I create when I play a game like that is just, wow, so novel. These two people are in a room together. What will they do? And my show already is that. And I feel like to do a stream that hits the collaboration button and says, you know, I have connections to like Chris Yim. I should reach out and have them here.
Yeah, that'd be awkward. Well,
I don't want to do that unless I have become friends with them and it comes naturally to me.
yeah.
In the same way that I don't go to the bar to have sex. I become friends with people, and should it get to a point where we feel like
God, that's
cool
such a
around
good
each
fucking
other,
point.
then I'll have
my
that.
god. Yeah.
And that's not a criticism of people doing either of those things. It's just not how I do it. And I'm acknowledging
I would
that.
criticize those people. Fuck those people.
Why? They're just having fun.
So there's to a point.
Like I
Hookup culture,
for example,
okay, in the specific context of people who are participating in hookup culture, not to have a good time, but to like,
to like,
I don't know,
to make like a bingo board of, oh yeah, I fucked this kind of lady and she was so hot.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, no, I
Fucking
hate
hate that kind of dude.
I do hate that. I worked with people
And
like that, and they were terrible.
Those dudes go to bars because the only way that anybody would ever have sex with them is if they didn't know them. So, like, for real, like that kind of pickup artist dude
I need
only
to
gets
like,
laid from one night stands because
I need to get another
specifically-
cough drop because I just like bolted that down with that sentence that you said.
Oh no. But yeah, no, I mean, like, I really mean that though. Like,
You would never get laid if people knew you. Fuck.
yeah. I'm not even joking. I'm being 100% serious. Like, that person relies on one night stands because if anybody took the time to actually get to know them, they wouldn't fucking sleep with them. That's, I don't know. That's why they end up with like a trail of girls behind them that get so fucking pissed off at them for basing their entire relationship on a lie. It's because, yeah, if you seek people out exclusively because you're looking for the status symbol of, oh yeah, I slept with this person, I am the pickup artist, I am a big manly masculine man, and I centered my entire like sense of self-respect on whether or not I could convince somebody else to give me access to sex. Yeah, that's like a nightmare person. Like,
But devil's advocate, right?
Right. Okay. Okay.
If you do that and straight up communicate to the other person that you're doing that, and they're like, yeah,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, I have talked to a pickup artist that was like, yeah, I've written things out and just like shown it to like the person that I was gonna like, like, hey, I want to sleep with you, but like, here's on paper this, and this. Are you cool with that? Have them read it out, and then they're like, yeah, okay, I'm fine with that. And like, it's disgusting because that person was basically just like, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be fucking borderline abusive to you. Do you consent to that? Like, it's disgusting. I don't like that person. But there's like a weird moral gray area there.
Well, because then it's almost like a kink.
Yeah, then. But the thing is, I talked to that person about kink culture, and they were like, "What?" And then I was like, what do you mean, what?
Well, a lot of people who have kinks don't know they have them.
Yeah.
And they'll describe it in a shitty way. Like,
That's a good point.
so people who really like being overwhelmed and like not knowing not necessarily not knowing. People who really like being overwhelmed by a sexual experience and who also like associate that experience with a certain kind of sexual
One time
notion.
someone I hooked up with gave me their business card with a link to a satisfaction survey on it.
RFM, that's
that's
wild. Fuck, that's so wild. But yeah, okay.
I want to know so much more about that.
I want to know what you put on the survey, but before we get there, that kind of person who has that kind of sexual interest as a fantasy or a kink usually will not look into that and will not like know how to like articulate that they want to watch a girl be destroyed by someone who's like way too big for them, or by a group of someone's who are way too big for them. They'll just type BBC into the Pornhub search engine, and it's offensive, but it's what the culture has taught them will give them that response.
Yeah.
So, like, honestly, everybody on Earth is a kinkster.
Oh yeah, that's true.
And if you don't like sex, or interacting with sexual ideas in any capacity, ever, and you don't activate that part of your brain, then that is your kink. I don't know. I mean, I think even people who are repulsed by the entire concept that they're getting horny at something still have kinks. It's just they, as a defense mechanism, don't call it that because it makes them feel more comfortable. And that's very valid. But they still have them.
You could be ace and then be just really aesthetically appreciate feet.
Are you speaking from...
No, this is a hypothetical.
Okay, yeah, of course. I'm sure that's nobody in the crowd right now.
Definitely not. Tiny's ace and he fucking loves bellies.
That's because bellies are cool.
Bellies are cool.
Yeah, you heard it first. If you are ace, you should be into bellies. If you are sexual, you should be into bellies. If you breathe,
Nice.
you should be into bellies. And if you're not, I'm sorry, just not cool.
Look, everybody's into some kind of belly, you know?
Yeah.
Whether it's rock hard abs or like svelte,
But yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
skinny boy abs or
Yeah, yes and. Absolutely.
muscle gut.
If you
Yeah.
want someone to go straight from the bottom of their tits to their pelvis, then I'm just gonna go ahead and say, it's kind of weird.
So moist.
I know that's an unpopular opinion, but people should have
From
bellies.
GX69,
People should have
You
middles.
should be into bellies, or you should be into bellies.
No, I'm saying y'all should be interested in bellies. I should be in bellies. I have COVID right now, so I'm not putting on the like I'm so big thing, cause I don't know, more sex education. Vor is like a comfort kink for a lot of people. And that's where I'm at right now. I just want to feel comfortable. I want to be engulfed in a space that is really nice and caring and safe.
Oh, okay.
So I fucking dare you, eat me. Do it, pussy.
Alright, fucking eats you.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Love you. Hope you're having a good time in there.
I'm playing Fortnite.
Pat's belly. Babe, you want to play Fortnite in my stomach?
Oh my god, babe. That sounds like such a nice romantic date. We'll call it a dinner date.
Oh, I love you.
I love you. Now digest me.
Doing it. I'm gonna fucking make you watch Hot Fuzz one day, and I hope you enjoy it.
I've seen Hot Fuzz and I enjoy it.
Good. Oh, good. Who hasn't seen Hot Fuzz that I need to show that movie? I think Gaby. Hot Fuzz is my all-time favorite movie, which is weird because it's propaganda, and I hate propaganda, but it gets a pass. I don't know. It's just extremely well made.
I'm gonna make two predictions. One, Gabe has not seen Hot Fuzz. Two, he might not like it.
Does Gabe like British humor? Gabe likes Australian humor, which is similar.
Australians would like to speak with you.
I don't know, the catering show really fucks hard. And as an American, it doesn't feel that different from, like... Okay, it is very different. It depends.
Also, hello, Carl.
What, Carl?
By the way, I saw you getting art earlier today on another stream. It looked super fucking good. And my heart doki. Yeah. I know you know exactly what I'm talking about because it's very unlikely you would be looking at two commissions you got in stream in one day. Aussies feel like they would spit in British humor's mouth and leash them. Exactly. Why does no one do this to me? Dude, so many of my genes are from the UK. Put a leash on me already.
I'm so confused.
I'm just yes-ending Key Squid in a very extreme way.
Oh, okay.
I don't quite know what they mean, and I think they might be just memeing a little bit, but it's fine.
Yeah.
I am Irish, though.
You know, I think Gaby would like Hot Fuzz.
No, I'm not Irish, but like, you know, like parts of me are from Ireland.
Oh, I get that.
You know how people are like, "Oh, I'm like 17% Native American." Well, this isn't that. I'm like an entire like fourth of myself is white and it's all Ireland.
Nice.
And then the rest of me is God, who knows?
Fucking Celtic represent. That's okay, so that's part of like why I really like the Liberal Cooks channel is because they talk about Irish history and Irish politics a lot, and it's a nice way for me to like connect to that as like an Irish American that's like very like
what
I don't know,
you grew up, my
Americanized.
grandma was born in County Leitrim.
Like my family talks about being Irish, but that's really like the extent of it.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, see, that's neat. We're all Irish, and so now we don't have to feel guilty about white supremacy. Isn't that great? Let's all pat ourselves on the back for having it out. And then it's like, no, no.
So-
Sorry, Aunt Greta, you kind of suck.
How do you feel about people who are not from a place indulging themselves in the culture of that place? Like to a point that they not necessarily like self-identify as a person from there, but they make it part of their identity.
Right.
Because I had a friend, not had, they're still my friend, they're awesome and hot, who is not from Ireland, but their family is Irish.
Right.
And they don't like, their family doesn't really like talk about being Irish, so they weren't raised Irish.
Right.
But they wanted to connect with the Irish like lineage that they once would have had they gone back in time and been born then. So like, to someone from Ireland, that person's just an American.
Yeah, of course.
But what do you think of the experience that they were having themselves with that, like, in mind?
I mean, you're literally just describing me. So, it's I don't know. I can only talk about it from my perspective because that is my experience.
Interesting.
And me and my brother, for the longest time, carried this attitude of like, look, we're not Irish, we're just white people, we're just Americans. And it came through getting older and talking to
So moist.
a lot more people who were like of various
RFM Jet
ethnicities, but were
X69.
very
For me, the big
Americanized.
thing is that it has to be the
RFM's
actual
thing is
authentic
playing
culture
right
of
now.
that place and
Okay,
not like
I
a
will get back to
capitalism
this.
and mass media fucked version. Because appropriation becomes really bad when it drowns out the original, like how more people are familiar with Western yoga than the Indian practices it derives from.
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree with that. So like, were you to really like want to participate in like a knowledge of and understanding of, like, say, Hawaiian culture, you wouldn't get the hula girl to bobble around on the hood of your car. Well, not the hood, the dash, but and you wouldn't just like, you know, go to Honolulu and see the sights and then be like, oh yeah, I'm so cultured. But at the same time, what happens when you do genuinely want to be a part of that, separate from all of the things that capitalism has put in you, and it is different, right? Like, what
Yeah.
What happens in that exact scenario when you want to learn like what the hula is and how it's used and why, and you want to participate respectfully?
I
guess
say
it's just
go learn the fucking hula and connect with that part of your heritage. And it's also an anti-capitalist act, and I fucking applaud you for doing it.
What if it's not your heritage?
If it's not your heritage?
Okay, so you were
What's the
Gaijin
real
Goomba.
effective... Okay, wait, what?
You know Gaijin Goomba?
No.
Oh, okay. He's like a weeb that moved to Japan and learned a lot about it.
Got it.
And he like specifically acknowledges that, and he's really cool. But like being that kind of person who saw something from the outside and wanted to be like ingrained in it.
Well, he lives in Japan though. Like he just is within that culture.
10. Yeah,
and
my
belongs
parents are
to
big
it
fans
as an
of Hawaiian
outsider,
culture, especially
you know?
because they wanted to move there. They wanted to
So,
be part of it
like,
as
you can
outsiders.
do that.
So they talked to
Like,
people
he also,
from the
like,
place and learned what was appropriate
made
for
life
outsiders to
decisions
take
that
on.
like
It
put
was a lot
him
of actually
inside
going
of
to the people in
Japan.
question and asking and learning
You know,
rather than taking whatever they find
And
without
he
context.
now, I'm assuming, would have like friends and relations that are Japanese. He's actually interacting with the thing. I think that I don't know. So I listen to like a lot of like Black liberation, like video essayists and stuff like that. And one thing that gets complained about is like white people who like engage with Black culture, but they won't really spend money on Black people, and they won't really like actually be within Black spaces. They want the culture, but they don't actually want anything to do with Black people, and that's like that is like a real pattern of like American politics that just happens. So like I mean, I guess that's my counter argument is like at least this person engaged and became a part of the thing. You know, like the money that they're making, the taxes that they're paying, they're actually going to Japan. It's not even fetishization at that point. And maybe it was at first, but then eventually it can become integration. And I think it sounds like the guy's pretty open about acknowledging the fact that it started with fetishization. Yeah, English. But
and that's
yeah, I mean integration is a key component.
I definitely. Whoa. Sorry to interrupt myself. I just opened up this Coke, and I realized that I'm the only person who can drink this. Like, because I have the coronavirus, when I picked up this bottle of Coca-Cola Classic that Remy put on my desk, I like World of Warcraft soul bonded it to myself. Like I've touched it and it's now mine. It's just interesting. Like right now, this entire room, this space, cannot be shared with anyone else. It is purely mine because I have the coronavirus. And something that's super wild about that is I think knowing for a fact that everybody will respect that because they don't want to get sick is actually really good for my mental health.
Yeah.
Like, I know no one's ever going to walk in here for the rest of this 2 weeks. It's only mine. I can
Yeah.
I can just do whatever and have nobody knock, and that's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not to say like, you know, like having you and Safaro over wasn't
Thinking of
good
soft
for me,
cheer, Dex
but
10,
more so just
knowledge
like
unlocked. Sickness gives you soulbound powers.
sickness
I
gives
get
you
it.
soulbound powers. Yeah, exactly. But it's
I was just
it's-
visiting somebody's house, and I had an amazing time for the most part. But at the end of it, god damn it, I fucking wanted to go home so bad, and it's just because I wanted my own private space.
yeah. It's the feeling that I have is less like, oh, now people won't bother me, and more like, oh, I now have my own apartment inside the apartment. Because like it is possible in all technicality for someone to say, hey, can I use that space for something? And I would feel at least a little bit of pressure to be like, yeah, like if they gave a good enough reason. But like, that is just not going to happen now. Like, even though it already probably wasn't going to happen, the fact that it can't happen is really comforting.
Mm.
And I think somewhere in me I've been subconsciously like not nurturing my not my need for privacy. I haven't been nurturing the fact that I have privacy. I haven't been like indulging in my privacy.
Yeah, okay.
A part of me has always been sharing this space with other people and caring what was happening around me. And this is the first time that I just feel alone in the house, and it's relaxing.
Good.
Getting the coronavirus has improved my mental health.
I love that. Yeah, I'm glad you found some good in it.
Yeah.
I want to get back to my brother and me. If that's okay.
Yes. Talk about
I had
your
a thing
brother.
to say.
Yeah, do
Okay.
it.
So, like my brother and I, my brother is like literally a Mick, and by that I mean like his last name is like Mick something, and I have a last name that's like technically Scottish, but like it's been Americanized. And my brother specifically, like I remember when I was in high school, he, despite us having the attitude of like, yeah, we're not Irish, we're not Scottish, we're white Americans, and like that's important to acknowledge. My brother still bought looked up his family's like crest and like ordered like, I don't know, he found some like Scottish thing and like ordered like a shield and like a claymore like with his family's crest on it. And like I think that's really cool. Like
Yeah.
legit, it's a kick-ass thing to have. And yeah, I don't know, man. Like I respect that. Also, like going to a Scottish historical society and like ordering like a commemorative item like that. Yeah, you're just putting the money back into like where you came from, and like to the people that you're buying the thing from. I mean, if your money's going to the right place, I think there's a good point in that. Like, I don't know, I really cringe when white people buy like Native American artifacts, but when like I think, you know, there's something to say if you're going to a business or an artist that's like literally a fucking Native American and you're supporting them by giving them money. That's a good thing, actually. And I think as Americans, we might want to acknowledge that, like, there's some Native American cultures that we could actually engage with in like a real way and like be financially supportive and like make a difference with our like paycheck. And I think this attitude of like, oh, you shouldn't fuck with Native American anything if you're white is like maybe, I think it's misguided because there's a lot of support that could be provided. Like, I don't know, like I grew up in a farm town and I remember like listening to like black artists and having like other kids, like white kids, be like, you can't listen to that, you're not black. Like, oh, what do you think, you're black? And it's like, no, dude, it's a good fucking song. I don't eat shit.
Yeah.
Eat shit. Let me support this artist. Fuck you.
There's also like, I don't know. The storm. Teehee.
So moist.
Oh.
Orifem Ched X69. I think in the northeast where I grew up it's a little different because there's kind of been a little bit of segregation preserved where historically the Italian, Polish and Irish immigrant populations were kind of lower class than the incumbent Wasp and German populations.
Yeah, so like all things have their context as well, RFM, where like if there is a specific like power dynamic issue that complicates things.
Yeah, I did grow up in Seattle where there's just not that kind of like division amongst white people. Like there's a little bit, but like it's really rare that you find like any kind of ethnic white people usually hang out in some kind of like international district where I'm from, but it's not. It's usually people who are like either immigrants or first generation Americans that are tied to that culture in Washington, and it's not like you're not gonna find an Irish neighborhood. You might find like a small Russian neighborhood, but like that's about the extent of it.
It's super interesting to hear about because I don't really ever hear anyone talk about it. Like different groups of white people who like discriminate against each other.
Well, think about Protestants and Catholics. I think that's a much more like relevant one. Which is, I mean, Irish people tend to be Catholic.
Well, yeah, but like,
so there's that.
I have known the history of Protestants and Catholics, but I have never heard anyone talk about it still mattering. Which I don't know, my family had no chance of being Protestant or Catholic.
Oh my God, it's so fucking good! X10. For me, it depends on the culture. If the folks within the culture want to keep it to themselves, then I feel like folks should respect that. But I personally feel like it's going to cause problems because realistically it won't happen. I feel like controlling it by being open and teaching is better, but that's my personal opinion. It doesn't apply to cultures that are not mine. It's not my business to stick my nose into.
Yeah, Kaz and I agree with that.
There are a few other things. I'm trying to recall all of them. Somebody asked if one of my grandparents was from Ireland, and no. The amount of me that is Irish is a culmination of Irish like abounding in my family, where there is one white person in my family tree that I am aware of, and they are dead, and nobody really spoke to them, so I have no way of knowing what they were like, or how they worked, or any of that. But everyone in my family is mixed race to some extent. And so, like, two people who are not fully black come together and make a child who is not fully black. And then both of their parents were not fully
black. Did you
black.
ever notice the four main characters of Night in the Woods represent four different immigrant groups that worked in the coal mines? They never pointed out, but three of their names are clearly Italian, Scottish, and Polish. And I think Greg is meant to be Irish, but his name is a bit less clear.
I don't know.
Oh.
That's complicated for me. My outsider perspective is that, like, like, I don't know, being mixed race does not like detract from anybody's like blackness.
Well, yes, but that's not what I was getting to at all. I'm sorry.
Okay. I misunderstood.
Because we've talked about that before.
Yeah.
But it was that basically my family is so muddied because the way that my race came to be, I guess the way that my like personal ethnicity came to be. Is it race or ethnicity? I think it's race, right? Like ethnicity is the one that's like cultured.
I'm speaking of ethnicity and the fact that like my blood relatives are indigenous to like X part of the world,
Right.
and that there's a culture related to that, like,
yes, okay.
indigenous people. So it is.
It is the culture. It's not just you are that race. It is ethnicity. Is you are that culture. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's part of why like I've been like trying to acknowledge. I don't want to derail you.
yeah, I'm trying to say a different thing. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was gonna say the way that my race has been defined for me because of the way that my family was made up. We don't know where anyone came from or like how they got here or any of that because those stories are just lost to time, and we don't have like family records because if you go back just a couple generations, we were slaves. And it's just like impossible to know. And the people who are white who like put white DNA into my family tree, you know, didn't associate. So what I have is like genetics tests that say you're from Africa. We don't really know where in Africa. It's hard to tell because of the whole slavery and triangle trade thing. We literally don't have enough data because that fucked all of the data up. But we know that you're Irish. And so that's like the only thing that I've had to think about. And it's not like I want to like be Irish. It's not like I'm trying to like, oh, I want to be a part of that culture. But like, I can't say that I don't feel a subconscious like happiness around people who talk about being Irish. Just because that's the only association I have. It's the only part of my like physical DNA that says here. It was here.
Yeah.
So moist.
ORFM Chat X69. Well, I mean, if it says anything, Ireland will give you citizenship if you have one grandparent who was born there. I got mine a few years ago.
I know that my
That's
grandparents
interesting,
weren't
Rev.
born there. That's for sure. But that is interesting.
Yeah, mine definitely were not.
It's interesting the different ways that people handle that kind of thing. America very much has never wanted people to come over. But there are places that are like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is a pain in the ass to become an American citizen, I can tell you. Somebody who's currently stuck in an immigrant, well, the process of sponsoring an immigrant. Yeah, it's really fucking long and complicated and scary because the government can just throw away your time and money on a whim. And you're just trying to have a fucking place to live. It's so fucking frustrating.
Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. I think I brought up this topic of like, what do you think of taking on a culture you've never experienced? Because since most of me is black, and yet I have no way of connecting with the origins of my blackness. I kind of feel like a floating point. Like, I feel like, I don't know, the culture that I have to choose from is American black culture, which isn't a bad one to have, but it's an infant. It is a culture that is an entirely new thing, spawned of pieces of other things. And if you ask most people where each part of each thing came from, they wouldn't know. And so the thing that it currently is, like, practically, is just so young and so without history that it's kind of hard to identify with it outside of focusing on things that happened to black people in the last 300 years.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the time that's negative. And something that I thought about this recently. Something that bothers me a lot is that we have a whole month for Black History and people only ever talk about overcoming strife. Like, if Black History Month is a month for black people, I don't want to talk about getting sprayed with fire hoses at a protest. I want there to be a focus, and like, there are people who bring up like cool black people in Black History Month, but I want there to be a focus on like
a cultural focus that's more positive.
Yeah, like, here is the origin of this ethnic food that spawned of black communities in the Americas. I want that. Like, here is
that's just cool.
Here is this music that we're celebrating right now, and you should know that this, and this about it. Instead of just, alright, it's Black History Month, pay respects to Martin Luther King for saving us from the white devil. Like, I've heard this story, and it's depressing because I don't even have to have actually known the history to have heard the story, because it's still happening. Like, people talking about Black history is not comforting to me, because it's just a reminder that nothing has changed. And I wish when people said Black history, they meant something besides black tragedy.
Yeah.
And that's a really heavy topic for right now when I'm playing Fortnite. But that's what gets me to think about this shit. Like,
well, yeah.
Like, I kind of want to have a human experience with a culture. I want to just immerse myself in the idea of, like, cultural origin and meaning and, like, tradition, because I don't have those things.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't know which one I would choose. Like, maybe I would even choose, like, wow, I didn't want to vault. That's so funny. It's almost like vaulting should be a button press and not just an automatic thing that happens like you're in Zelda. What an idiot. What are you doing? Oh, I was gonna say maybe I would choose something that's, like, not dead, but just not, like, the current version of itself. So, like, you know, like, nobody believes in classic Greek mythology anymore.
Right.
And it would be cool to, like, immerse myself in something like that had a bunch of documented culture that came from places that I could, like, research and think about and, like, make a part of what I value about my human experience. Because, like, no matter what, if I get into something like that, it's going to be manufactured.
Right.
So I could choose anything. Like Harlem Renaissance and stuff? Yeah, I wish Black History was about more cool things like that. Cause
Yeah.
yeah, y'all already get the vibe.
There's...
You know what it is, actually? Is that Black History Month is still about white people. It's either about teaching white people the struggle that we went through, or it's about shit that we did because of white people. No matter what, it's not about us. And that frustrates me. I want it to be purely us. So that we can have a thing to celebrate. Sorry, go ahead. You were gonna say something.
No, like a long time ago, I found a YouTube channel called I believe it's called Say It Loud. But yeah, it's like a black YouTube channel that does like Black Pride like content, and I considering looking that up and sending it to you. There's a specific video that they do on just like inventions that like black people have created.
Oh, I like that.
And yeah, it's cool. I mean, like, it came out like early in the Trump presidency, so there's obviously like an anti-fascist kind of like ring to it. Of just like, hey, dumbass, like, you should fucking know that, yeah, your life would fucking suck without black people.
Oh, easily.
And here's why. I don't know. I've found content like that, and I do appreciate it. So Say It Loud's also good because it's like from black creators and it's from a black like perspective. I think they make their like what they're doing palatable to white people, but I don't feel like it's necessarily for white people either. There's just a lot of experiences that they talk about that are like, I don't know. It's just them talking about like things that they've gone through, and then also doing like a little bit of a history lesson. And again, it's very much focused on like more positive things and not like, the intense centuries-long trauma that is still ongoing.
There is also and this goes like
so
closer
I don't
to...
mean so
What?
I also don't want to say that to like minimize what you're saying. Culturally, it's an issue. Like you can find things that are celebratory of like African American history, but it's definitely not the culture overall. And I don't want to like minimize what you had to say. I wasn't saying that to be contrarian.
Yeah, I know.
I wanted it to say like yes, and also here's like
as an offering. Here's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
you're
wanted,
cute.
Yeah. Alright.
I appreciate that you are always trying to do your best.
Massive and Shared X10, I like Crash Course's Black American History series. Obviously it goes over the depressing stuff, but it also talks about purely cool cultural stuff in other episodes. It's written and narrated by a black historian who gives his personal experiences on the side. Crash Course is targeted towards all audiences and for education, so it's definitely simplified in some ways, but they don't pull punches either.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
That should be how education is.
Yep.
The other thing that I neglected to say earlier that touches a little bit more on what you were thinking I was getting to before, is that I also, like, not only am I frustrated with the scope of American black culture, not in and of itself, but just because it either gets co-opted or it's just like the only thing people talk about is a bad thing. But I also just didn't grow up in it. Like, I grew up as a mixed, mostly black family in a neighborhood in Louisiana called Plantation Trace, where in order to go to the best schools and get like genuinely the best educations we
Soft
could.
gifted a tier 1 sub to Tactical Tanuki.
Thank you,
They have
Kaysen.
given 214 gift subs in the channel.
I was just not really around black culture very often, and so I don't relate to it. I didn't start listening, like, I listened to funk and like disco, but I didn't start listening to like rap music until I was in my teens, and I did it because my white friends liked it.
Ooh.
Like, I am truly like as separated from like the black American as I could be, and I don't know how to not be, and I'm not sure if I want to not be, just because, like, I don't know, it's not like it's an issue with communication or anything. Like, I have experienced racism, so I understand what people are saying when they say things, but I also, like as far as like quote unquote sounding black or getting references that a lot of black folks would make, things like that, I just don't. I am not in that culture at all, and it's hard for me to understand what it's like to be in that, right? Like, until I started dating Safaro, I had only ever dated white people, and I hadn't thought about that until I dated Safaro. But it's because I relate to white people. Like, generally, the people that I, like, have experienced things alongside have been white because I was raised there, and I didn't have the opportunity to have something else. And also, I was a nerd in school, and look, maybe it's just the fact that, like, white people are everywhere and black people are less everywhere, but every nerd that I knew was also white. So, like, if I wanted to talk about, like, chiptune music, I had a choice of, like, 17 kids to talk to, and their names spanned anywhere from John to Larry.
I wish you went to public school. Like, did you go to like a public college at any point, or did you just go straight to private school?
No, I went to public school, like in like grade school.
No, I mean like in college.
College, no. I
Yeah.
went to SCAD, and there was no culture at SCAD.
Yeah, I went to a community college, and there was like,
Also, there was a raid that I did acknowledge because I was in the middle of talking about
Oh,
that.
shit.
And I really do appreciate that raid. Thank you. to Tactical Tanuki for coming in. I'm sorry if that's a lot immediately. But yeah, we were just already deep in the middle of a conversation. I didn't want to stop for a moment. But yes, I thank you so much for your support. And I hope that your stream went well, folks. If you would like to follow Tactical Tanuki, you know that they are a good bean. Click the link that just appeared in chat and do a heckin' just that.
I'm doing that. I did that.
Hell yeah. That gun is bad for close range. Go ahead.
Would it be weird to say that, like, it's also in a way like a gift that you were like a black American that got to live the privilege that you did? You know, like, I think it is a good thing.
I think that it's, like, not weird to say that. It's perhaps, like, a little naive.
Yeah.
But I am privileged. Like, my family... I was born into a family that had more money than black folks generally do have.
Right.
And so they were able to choose areas that aren't parts of the statistics that people always cite to go against us. Because, you know, systemically, black people are put into places that are low income and that keep them that way. And then, of course, when there's places where people don't have resources, there's crime, because crime becomes the only way for you to supply yourself with resources. And then people associate that with black people because they're racist and did it on purpose. But no, I didn't live in those places. And that is nice. But it's such a strange catch-22 to realize that statistically, by being outside of a low-income, like, community in the area I was in, I didn't have opportunities to connect with people of my race. Like, down there in fucking Louisiana, you know, there weren't a lot of us in mansions.
Yeah.
And I didn't have a mansion, but I had a house that was pretty damn big. And I didn't know it. And that's where my parents, like, acknowledged that in my upbringing. They didn't acknowledge, like, giving me the culture. Because I think they thought I would get it through osmosis from the family, but I didn't. Because we kind of live far away from our blood relatives. But they never told me that we were rich or, like, affluent in some way.
That's it.
And they didn't tell me, I think, because they didn't want me to realize, well, they didn't want me to associate myself with that kind of vibe, especially considering it may have been possible for me to say, oh, okay, my family has money, and these families have money, and these families don't have money, and then, you know, suddenly I'm making connections that are racist about my own race, because when I'm going to school around certain kinds of people, like, there's only so many ways to control my influences. Which, like, that's difficult. Like, the crossroad of I want to give my son the best chance to succeed, and I don't want my son to internalize racism at these places where the best chance to succeed means being around racists. It's hard. My parents had a hard time.
Yeah.
And I don't blame them for any of that. I blame them for being homophobic, but, you know, they're getting better.
Glad they're getting better.
Yeah. I should sleep. It's almost 4 a.m., but I'm so into these talks. Oh, please take care of yourself. Remember,
Yeah.
there will always be a VOD. But
I'm up this late. I am unemployed.
I'm up this late. This is my job.
This is also my job.
I'm getting sick to pay. But yeah, it's just fucking, I don't know. I don't feel black. Like, I physically am. But like, something that has always frustrated me is when when I'm like filling out forms for like healthcare and shit, it comes to a point where usually it separates, or it has all these categories, and it doesn't separate, rather, race and ethnicity. It says race/ethnicity. And I'm like, yeah, black, because that's what my race is. When I was at Dither's place and Snow gave us those paperwork things so we could like get ourselves tested at the lab, it had a box for race and then a separate box for ethnicity, and that's the first time that I'd noticed that on a forum before. And I was like, wait, these are different. Like that,
Yeah.
that was the first time that I was like, race, black, ethnicity, other?
What?
Like, it was weird.
What's the difference?
Race is the genes I physically have. So, for health reasons, they need to know what I am more susceptible to and what I am less likely to have based on my genetics. And then ethnicity is what, like, what cultural soul do you subscribe to, right? So I can be black and someone from Kenya can be black, but I'm not Kenyan. You know what I mean?
Right.
We are both African, but I have no fucking clue what his culture is like.
Right.
And I've never been there.
Fuck.
For most
Bruh.
people, race and ethnicity just like line up because they're like, you know, they would both
Right.
come from the same place, but mine definitely don't.
Right. I had a realization is that, like, you experience like a double diaspora because like all black Americans experience a diaspora and being separated from like African culture.
And
But
I'm
you
separated
then
from people
also
who are
being-
separated.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
You deal
kind
with
of funny.
it fucking twice.
Yeah, and so I gotta piss before I get like so real that it's gonna be emotional.
Go piss, girl.
I'm gonna find a bush in game, and y'all can roleplay pretend that I'm pissing in this bush in the game. And I'm gonna go piss in real life. So enjoy this. If anyone has crud be wet, put it in chat.
Yo, that's me.
Zinking off soft
That's me.
cheer, Dex 10. Crud wet.
Where the fuck is it? No, is it restricted access to it? What level is crud be wet? Ah, is it under biddies? What do I gotta do? The bits reward. How much I gotta pay for fucking crud be wet? Wow. Crud be wet's $50? Damn, dude. Mm-hmm. It's worth it though. Especially because you permanently get that. That is really neat. Alright. I'm also gonna go get wet. I'll be right back.
Can't wait for Chris Pratt to say, "Time to take a piss" in the Mario movie. Fuck yeah. It's gonna be so good. I can't wait for, personally, I can't wait for when Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong turns away from the camera and is like, "Get in this ass!" and just like backs his hole up at us. It's weird that they've chosen the horny angle for Mario, but you know, I guess Nintendo's trying to get back into the sex business. They are opening that Mario brothel in California, so, you know, it fits with the branding, I guess. It's like Smash Bros. They want to advertise the thing they're currently working on. I get it.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10. I'm personally glad they listened to fans and Bowser and Luigi are gay lovers.
Yeah. Well, it's just like, I don't know, it's about time. Because they've had so much sexual tension throughout all of the games. Like, you play as Mario in Galaxy, and it's like, oh, I'm gonna crush you, whatever. And you play as Luigi in Galaxy, and Bowser, like, blushes and looks away, and he's like, I can't believe you came to stop my evil plans. And Luigi's like, I do every time, babe. And, like, they're supposed to just be roommates, like, former roommates. I can't stand it. I'm so glad that there is an extended 45-minute sex scene in the Mario movie, as announced by Miyamoto, where Bowser and Luigi just absolutely rail each other. And they do swap. I saw in one of the trailers there was a scene where you might have thought like, oh, Bowser just got done railing Luigi, but then you look and you realize that like Bowser's wearing the fucking like restriction cuffs that go in like putt play and horseplay on your arms. So that means that he was the sub for a little bit. I don't know, it's exciting. I can't wait for the Mario movie.
Yeah, me neither.
Anyway, hi.
Hi.
So I was gonna talk about the racially charged insult that stuck with me the most, more than anything out of all of them.
Okay.
I tried in high school to connect with black folks because I felt that weird like tension, and I wanted to see like how it would go. And immediately on my first attempt, all of them were like, "You don't act like a black person."
Oh.
And they called me an Oreo because I was white on the inside.
That's incredibly fucked up.
And I have been called the N-word more times than I can count. That one I just can't stop thinking about. Because I was like, oh man, maybe these guys can teach me about my culture. And they were like, you're not one of us. And that was
That's
the whole
fucked
experience.
It's just it's so absurdly frustrating.
It really is. And then
That's
okay, so you know the show Blackish?
no.
You know,
I mean, I'm aware of it.
oh, okay.
but-
Blackish is great. First of all, everyone should watch it. It's really funny. Me endorsing a TV show, not knowing if they say anything transphobic. Yeah, I know. It's whatever. But the premise is like this family is like mixed race, so it's just like a sitcom with low stakes and funny actors, and sometimes they touch on subject matter that specifically goes alongside being black, but not like fully black, right? Because that's a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they made a sequel show called Mixedish, that's specifically about a character who I believe is like just straight up like split race, and she goes, I think it's to college, or either college or like a boarding school, and she's bullied because she's light-skinned, and it was like in the trailer for the show, like when it was first coming out, and that concept drew a lot of criticism from people in the black community, saying like, that's not a thing, this show is pitting us against each other. And they were like angry at the show for making up a conflict about black people saying someone else wasn't black enough. And
But-
I was like,
Okay.
you guys are so stupid.
Have you ever?
There's literally
have
a
you ever-
word for it. Have you ever what?
I guess my response to that person would be like, have you ever talked to like a black person who's not from the United States? Because I guarantee you they're gonna have a fucking conversation where they talk to other fucking black people at some point, and they're just like, oh, you're not black, you're African. What are you talking about? Like, there's a lot of gatekeeping that's like within, I don't know, to be to be in denial of like the gatekeeping or the commodification of like blackness, I think is like,
Yeah. And
I don't know,
a lot
like-
of it a lot of it is shit like, well, that experience isn't as important as the experience that we have, because since we're darker, we get the racism worse. And it's like, you're doing racism to me right now.
yeah.
Like, first of all, that's like kind of a myth, because if someone is racist against black people, they're not going to look at someone who's pretty much black and be like, oh, I have determined I will be only 40% racist to you. Like, no, that's not how that works. I get called the
Yeah.
N-word by white people, and I get called other words by you. That's how that works.
Yeah.
It's just so incredibly frustrating. To be like in the middle of a sad experience with this kind of thing, and to have people not only say that it isn't worth talking about or isn't happening, but the people who have definitely experienced this kind of thing before. It's I get this frustrated as well with a lot of LGBTQ spaces, where like people get so hung up on, well, how difficult was it for you? Because if it wasn't as hard as it was for me, then it's not valid to talk about right now. If you don't have dysphoria, you're not trans. As if you can even quantify what dysphoria is.
Yeah, fuck Beck Angel.
Alora Young, the author of Walking Gentry Home, talks about how she feels dark black people are much more valued in the black community, and how her light skin was always something she felt kept her from feeling included and marked as a sign of unwanted white attraction. Yeah, it's so interesting because that is exactly the experience that I had, and it almost feels like I'm not allowed to talk about it because black people go through a lot of shit, and like we do, and I know that we do because I'm black, but the worshipping of color is
Gazinking off soft shit
problem
X10.
within
Not having
people of
dysphoria
color
for it is what
communities
kept
as
me
well.
from ever associating or calling myself trans for so very long, until the trans friends of me told me that I didn't need to
Did you
suffer
ever
to be
watch
trans, and it
Dear
really
White
opened
People?
my eyes.
I relate to that
the
case,
main-
and also no, I didn't, because it I thought it wasn't for me.
Oh, well, I've heard people talk about it, and some people like that it does things, and some people disagree with certain things it does. And I don't feel like it's necessarily directed at white people, but I think it's deliberately made to be challenging to white people.
Yes.
Of literally the title of the show. But no, the main character is mixed race. She's half white, half black, and she runs a radio show called Dear White People, and the show opens on her going on like rants of like, "Dear white people, you should know," or like, "Dear white people, don't fucking touch my hair. Dear white people, like, don't fucking say this to me." And basically like going on rants in her like college campus radio station about this and like, you know, that kind of shit. But the show directly deals with her experiences like being mixed race and like having like black, I mean people who are not mixed race and black, like there's like dark-skinned characters in that show who are like, you are light-skinned and you should maybe fucking think about that before you even fucking participate in this like activism, or like, no, you can't be an activist for like any of this as a light-skinned person, or like you can, but it's not worth as much.
Right.
And she deals with, God, I don't know. I that was an important show for me to watch at a time, because like that show dug into like what a hotep is, and like I'd never even fucking heard of a hotep before I watched Dear White People.
Isn't that like a Egyptian god? What is that? What is that?
Yeah, it's like a specific like brand of conspiracy theorist that is like a black person.
Oh. Like,
Yeah.
oh, we're the kings of the world, and it's actually us
Yeah,
who should
you
be
got
subjugating everyone else. I saw a YouTube video suggested to me that was like literally just that, and I watched for like 5 minutes waiting for it to be like funny. And I was like,
shit.
I was like, oh, they're serious.
Yeah,
well,
they're
now
very
the whole
serious.
thing is funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also, like,
I think, yeah, I don't know. A lot of what you just said is like just experiences that the main character of like Dear White People goes through.
I like that. I hope that plenty of black folks did did have their own reasons for watching that show that led them to like learn a thing about experiences they may not be aware of.
Yeah.
I am so bad at aiming right now. Hello? Hit them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a whole thing. I might do some stuff to my body. Cause well, I got
Massive
a
and shit
cheer.
X10. Oh yeah, I have a coworker who believes that black people were the true Native Americans and they're also non-ironically a flat earther. Just really
What?
susceptible to conspiracy theories.
That's so wild.
Mars, yeah, wow. Then what? Then. Oh, that just confuses me because now you have to back up and just explain what the fucking Native American person is. Like,
Well, that's another
Holy
thing that's confusing about my. Okay, so do you want to be as confused as I am? Do you want to like
Yeah, let's
do you wanna,
go.
like dip into my brain for a while? My family always talks about how my grandparents on my mother's side or on my father's side have a lot of Native American in them.
right.
And I like they would always say it, but I would never know exactly what they meant. And there was like some Native American like stuff in the house, but like not enough that I would know what anything was. Like we got dream catchers when we were kids, and that's about as close as I got.
Yeah.
We got them for Christmas from one of our relatives. And so I'm apparently like a huge portion Irish and like maybe Native American? To which I ask, what are the numbers? How much of me is black? And then the almighty DNA test is like, I don't have a lot of data on Native Americans either. Strange. I'm like, God damn it. Like,
Yeah.
I, like, being as mixed as I am, if I were just a baby in the adoption system, I wouldn't know what fucking race I was. I would have no way of knowing. I'm just brown.
Massive and shit X10. The DNA test comes back and you're 100% bear. Oops.
Oh, see, that would be ideal. I'm simply bear. Rawr.
Yeah.
That's why I'm
With
hibernating
science,
right
maybe
now.
one day.
You know, with science, maybe one day I'll have an ass as fat as a bear's.
We need to get that transformation goo from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
You're on a kick right now, aren't you?
Dude, that fucking game kicked ass.
You want to be a part of the
Oh, I
Foot
don't
Clan?
even- No, the Foot Clan. There's not even people in the Foot Clan. They're all robots. But like literally.
Yeah, but like, what if you were just super into feet and you
Oh.
started like a clan about it? I don't know. This is weird. I'm being weird. Unless
I'd be in your Foot Clan. You want to start a Foot Clan?
Oh my god, babe.
Oh my god.
I'm not crying, I'm sniffing. Anyway.
Oh.
This bit started nowhere and didn't go anywhere, and I like it. Yeah, I don't fucking know. It's just... I feel like I have the most confusing racial and ethnic background that I have ever heard of. And
No,
it's,
you don't. But
Well, okay. Who do you know who's more confusing?
well, there's just lots of people who are mutts. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
You're not like the only person like you that I've met. And
I
I don't know.
well, do you know?
I could.
Well,
Okay.
go ahead.
So, my brother did like an LL test, and even though our family, if we're gonna talk about an ethnicity, we talk about being like Irish or Scottish.
Mm-hmm.
My brother's LL test came back, and it looked like Europe had chickenpox.
Oh.
You know, all over the place, and so the literal truth of that is that when my brother and I were growing up and we're like, nah, we're not Irish, we're just white people. Accurate. Yes. Ethnically, culturally, kind of, we are that, but we also just come from, like, Celtic people who traded in their ethnicity for privilege. And so now we're just this, and I've been getting more into like Celtic culture lately because A, I found an outlet for it that I enjoy, which is like liberal cooks, and then B, like, yeah, I don't know, fuck my family members who traded this culture to be this thing. Like, white people don't exist. We just have a skin color. It's just, are you within a group of people who has access to a resource? And it's to also to come in as an outsider to America and see this system of oppression and to just join it. I just find that incredibly disgusting, and I can look at like the generations of my family within like 2 or 3 or 4 generation, and see people who sacrifice their culture for privilege, and it's frustrating, and that's why I've been getting more into. No, I actually want to learn this.
Yeah.
It's the closest thing I can do to counter it is to just own it and just be like, no, fuck it. I was told I was Irish my whole life. Fuck it. I'm Irish. But I'm actually gonna like learn what that means. I'm gonna learn about Margaret Thatcher. I'm gonna learn what she's been like, what happened in Ireland that makes the Irish identity the Irish identity. I'm gonna learn about the potato famine and like learn the actual political structure of what happened to like my ancestors. Because, my family doesn't actually talk about that shit. It's a footnote that is just like a garnish upon whiteness, but without any of the actual like awareness of the culture that they claim to come from. And then you also get into the fact that, oh, rug pull, we're not actually Irish. We are actually just white people. But that's also because people got to Ireland over the past several hundred years by traveling to Ireland from across Europe, and people don't stay put. So what is an Irish person isn't really genealogical. It's, it is cultural. It's a lot. And I guess you experience that too. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you kind of do.
Which part?
The that element of diaspora that like, you know, at least some of your ethnicity is something that somebody eventually traded to just be an American. Or somebody had a kid and they just didn't bother to like keep the culture going on with the next generation.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, the I don't know. I know people who are from like specific like cultures and then like have left it, and you know you're as an adult and you're no longer in the culture that you came from, and you feel yourself slowly Americanizing. I mean, like, that has to feel fucking terrifying. And then like there's one person that I'm very fucking proud of because she's like was not very much like, I would talk to her and she would be like, oh yeah, you know, like I used to participate in like Native American culture, and then now I just kind of live in the suburbs. And then now if I can see her on like Facebook and stuff, and she's just like, oh yeah, here's me like performing this dance or like going to like the reservation and like participating like with my people hands on it, and I'm just like, yes. Fucking so fucking proud of you for taking it back. So yeah. I don't know.
Whoa. Can't hit this guy. So I'm in like a weird middle ground where
Okay.
I want to experience having a culture, but because I don't have one, I feel like I also somehow care about it less. To where like
I mean, you all.
like I don't know. I have been sort of like separated and then pushed out of black culture.
Massive and Shared X10, your culture is gamer girl.
Gamer girl. Twitch is my culture. Furry is my I mean, furry is my culture. If we're being real,
Furry is definitely a culture.
yes, we
Twitch
literally
is a culture.
furries literally have their own set of like norms and values and like internal conflicts that create culture. And we have art that only furries participate in and understand.
Yeah.
And we although we are welcoming, we are suspicious of outsiders. Like it is a culture. And it's a culture to the point of us like acknowledging it even if we don't know. And I guess maybe that's where I could take solace, is that furry is what I have adopted as my people. Because it's valid. Like, I think there's an instinct to think that that's a silly thing to say. But why would it be?
I think somebody who isn't a furry would think that was cringe, but also they wouldn't understand like the actual like thing that it is to like I don't know, be so ingrained in something that it's all of your friends and family,
Well, also like,
and to have it also just be like a genre of art.
so many furries are here specifically because they were cast out of other cultures.
That's very true.
And it doesn't have to be like ethnic cultures, but like you can be cast out of the school structure. You can be cast out of like masculinity and find yourself within furry and feel safe. It happens to a lot of people. And I think having an understanding of that particular story is something that if you cannot bring yourself to empathize with someone who has had that issue, maybe not empathize, sympathize with someone who has experienced that, that is something that will immediately get you ejected from furry. And it's interesting to think about, but like it's not just for moral reasons that people are ejected from furry, it's also for cultural reasons.
Yeah.
Oh, don't open that door automatically. What the fuck, Fortnite? They saw me. Oh, I'm so hiding right now.
Mars Roving says, unless you're a really good artist.
Yeah. One of the conflicts that I've had difficulty with in furry, by the way, did someone just mark me? Oh shit. Alright, well then fuck it. Let's go. Throw hands, bitch. Something that I've had, like, difficulty with in furry spaces is the notion that... Huh? The notion that as an artist, I have a claim to a certain amount of furry social capital. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'll just let y'all have that fight. Lol. Reload my
What
shotgun.
makes you uncomfortable about it?
It's because I supply something that a lot of people do not. And that makes it more likely for someone to... You motherfucker. I hate the hammer. Oh my god, that's so stupid.
This is some
And
Fortnite stream.
and the way to like deal with that scenario is just like, oh well, if you don't like the hammer, just have a hammer. Like, wow, great, what an amazing way to balance your game. If this build sucks and can do things other builds can't do, just, you know, be that build. But yeah, so as much as nobody likes saying this, if you really want to be close to someone who you have like a parasocial relationship with, drawing them will make you that much more likely to get picked out of the crowd.
Yeah.
And that's just factual. Like we like to say that that's not factual because it's more comfortable to pretend that that's not a bias that people have, but it is. Even if you draw something and the person just says thanks and then doesn't think about it after that very much, like that interaction, if you have no other interactions between you and that person, they now have paid attention to you for a second, which is more than a lot of people might have done otherwise.
Yeah.
Like, you draw something, they say thanks. Yeah, they said something to you. Like, that's guaranteed, almost.
I mean, hell, I drew something for someone. I mean, I'm also on their Patreon, but I also, like, drew something for them. And, yeah, and they were like, oh, yeah, if you want art advice ever, just ask me. And, like, yeah, so it is kind of true. That does work.
I mean, that's how I learned how to paint, was I became friends with Tacklebox after we got matched together in like an art trade thing at Furry Club.
Oh, okay. Wow.
And then we just had chats, and he was like, "Oh, do you want to learn how I do my work?" And I was like, "What? Yes?" Or no, I think
Wow.
I asked, and he was like, "Oh, it's super simple how I do my work. Do you want me to teach you?" And I was like, "Yes."
That's cool.
Yeah. And look, it's just so odd. Another thing, if you are a sought after furry artist, people might think, oh, that's just because your quality is good. It goes deeper than that.
No.
It is because you have, through whatever means, gained like some amount of renown in the community, and then in turn people are able to gain renown by being seen, by being drawn by you.
Yeah.
And then there become people who are like just big fans of your work and really like how you do their character, so they get drawn by you multiple times. And then there's an association of that person with you. And then that creates a vacuum where people go, so...
Oh, they must be friends.
Yes, yes. And were I to get art from this person, well, look at that. I'm in the club. I'm one of the people that has this thing that's become an exclusive right. And maybe one day I'll be in that friend group. And it's all just because you put a pencil to paper and drew a dog. And it feels weird. And that...
Well, because it's inherently within a capitalist structure. You're trading in capital and social capital.
Yes. Even if it's not like
everything
actual
becomes
money,
incentives.
it is capital.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then there is competition. Like, it's capitalist. And the worship of that capital is...
Massive and shit X10.
Oh my god.
It's toxic to think this way, but I remember a lot of times where I really was interested in getting to know someone, especially if we shared a really niche interest, but I could never get them to pay attention to me. And I would realize that if I was just an artist, I'd have their attention in 5 seconds.
No, Mars, I've definitely experienced that.
Yeah. I've had people tell me that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, because like,
You know.
so I saw years ago. I saw a post. Well, first of all, before I get to this, furry drama is just capitalism. Smile. I'm not talking about like actual issues like zoophilia. That's not drama. That's an issue that we need to fucking oust and figure out. But like shit between people, like call out posts that have no evidence and are just like, oh, now I got 100 retweets. Haha. It's just capitalism.
I heard from someone that this person did this thing, and wow, that'd be like so bad if they did that.
It'd be so bad if they did that.
And then somebody fucking retweets it and is like, "Oh my god, this person totally did that thing."
Oh my god, they did
But like,
it. Because like,
they
wouldn't you
totally
expect
did
them
it.
to have done it? Like they said this, so that makes it likely that they've done it, right? It's the same
Definitely
thing.
did it.
Yeah, and then like that whole thing is the worship of social capital over the well-being of any other like thing. It is the worship of your ability to get clicks on your profile and to get pats on the ass from people who run their comments. And if somebody threatens that by presenting you with a counterpoint, then you had better make a witty retort that ends in a clown emoji. Because that's how you protect your social capital. We're in a competition right now. Yeah, it's so stupid for a drama's capitalism. That's the most base thing I've ever said. And if you want to use that, if someone tries to cancel one of you, and you've genuinely done nothing wrong, you could be like, I can't believe you're being a capitalist at me right now. And even if they don't know what you mean, you can be like, yeah, Crudberry said that. Anyway, I saw a post years ago when I was less chill, and it was really angry at artists for having like basically like cool kids clubs. Why do they have two hammers? In which like the artists.
Oh, I have a thing to say about that.
Oh yeah, I'm sure plenty of people do, but like they were mad because like a lot of the stuff that these artists would do would just be for each other,
Massive
for the
and shit
people in their
X10.
Discord
I
servers.
like this argument better than the capitalism brainwashed you into thinking that cold drinks are better
and
theory.
then-
Crudberry.
I mean, capitalism did brainwash you into thinking cold drinks were better, but you know, apparently y'all don't agree with that. So it's, I don't know. Sorry, you don't agree with the facts that I figure are probably true. I don't know what to tell you. I'm definitely right based on my assumptions, maybe. So y'all gotta figure that out for yourselves. But no, you fucking. They were mad because there would be Discord servers where people would be like chilling among just people that they know and like not interacting or like
Not being
with
in public
anyone.
spaces
Yeah,
that
and
could give strangers access to them.
yes, and it
Yeah,
like
I'm in like fucking 5 Discords that are just creators to creators, no one else. And it's fucking nice to not have the public have access to you and also be
it's-
able to fucking chat with your peers.
it's really
It's
cool.
necessary.
It's really cool when you're a public figure to have privacy. Actually,
Yeah. Oh my god, yes, that's exactly it.
and I responded to that post quite angrily because I was like, all right, look, you want to have the chance of being these people's friend, but you're not the kind of person that they would befriend, and that's clear to me. And I don't say that to be mean, but if you're going to sit here complaining about the fact that they have their own spaces where they feel safe and they don't really need to go anywhere else to get social energy, then you don't care about them you care about you becoming friends with them. And they want someone
Do
who's
you wanna
investing
be
in
famous?
them personally. It's going to be so much easier to guarantee that someone is not just using you if you don't hear them saying things like what you just said. And I'm sorry that this is going to make you feel like me as an artist with thousands of followers, which I guess makes me huge. Having 4,000 followers makes me not small anymore. Even though I look at Null Ghost and go, okay, but yeah, like it was not a perspective that they enjoyed.
I fucking
and
heard that.
They said that I was coming from a place of like, not necessarily privilege, but like basically is what they were arguing. And they're like, you don't understand what it's like to not have friends.
Yeah, I do. I fucking lived that.
It
sucked.
Yeah.
Just
I definitely
quit being a bitch
had
and
a
go
moment where I
talk
didn't
to
have
people,
friends.
asshole.
Massive and shit X10. I think it
I wasn't
only
fucking
bothers me
born
when
with
they
furry
intentionally
friends.
flaunt those
I
places publicly constantly.
spent time in
Like,
this
oh man,
space
there's this
and I
really cool
invested
secret
myself
club
into
place
it,
that's a
and
lot
it's
of fun,
paid
but
off.
don't you dare ask
And
for
like, also
permission.
people aren't gonna
Peasant.
fucking give you any of their time if you're not like investing into them. You know.
Well, Mars, maybe I shouldn't ask who has done that, because that was what I was going to say. I was like, who did that? Like flaunt a space that's private as a thing that people should want to be in, and then stop them from being in it.
Yeah.
But as
There's,
far as people that I have interacted with, that doesn't happen. And so I'm interested in that. Because that's just someone being an asshole. And there are artists who are assholes. There are artists who are up their own asses. There are people that I used to be around because we were both at SCAD. And they were like, I know a person who went to my school who was a furry and did furry art as their main source of income. And they literally constantly complained that they were better than
I really
furries.
was only seeing it when I was desperate and hanging out in the wrong places, to be honest.
Fucking work somewhere else, dude.
Yeah.
Your choice to work in furry. Go get a fucking game dev job.
They're like, oh, I can't believe I have to make art for these stupid degenerates. I was like,
fuck that person.
Yeah, one. I feel like the instinct is to be like, what are you talking about? You are a furry. But no, you're not. Because
Definitely
you don't
not.
get it.
Yeah, that's how I feel about a good friend of mine who's like hung out in furry spaces for a long time, but they kind of just washed up in a furry space after like an art Discord community of theirs like petered out. And they even like asked me, I'm like, am I a furry? And I'm like, well, do you want to draw furries? And they're like, nah, I just feel like I should. And then I was like, okay, then you're not really a furry. Do you want to go to conventions and hang out with furries and be cringe? No? Yeah, you're not furry then. do you want to roleplay like you're an animal? No? Alright.
Yeah,
You don't want to fucking look at somebody weird when they say hand instead of paw, and you're like, what? Excuse me? Cringe. Not a furry. There was... Okay, so I had a point I wanted to bring up earlier, which is that... And the fact that, like, some people will get a feeling and then adopt a worldview.
Sorry, go ahead.
So, like, people will get, like, a yucky feeling, and then they'll adopt a worldview to justify that feeling. And so people do that with, like, the private spaces for, like, creators in the furry fandom. And I've literally just read comments where people are like, oh, yeah, you know, they have these private spaces, and, you know, this is, like, where the furry elite meet to plan out their next cub porn pedophile art sharing scheme. I it's like, dude, no. The popufur that you want to be friends with but doesn't fucking talk to you, doesn't talk to you because you're a fucking maniac. They don't talk to you because they're the kingpin of a fucking secret organization, you fucking idiot.
You didn't invent that guy, right? Like, did someone actually say that?
I did not invent that.
Because that sounded so much like you were doing a bit about how conservatives think of the quote-unquote liberal elite.
No, I was not doing a bit. I
That
literally...
that is word for word what, like, Pizzagate
Yes.
people say.
Yes. I was on Twitter one day reading comments on, like, furry drama, and somebody was just unironically talking like this, and I was like, touch grass, please. Please go outside. Oh my god. Please, like... Oh my god. Oh...
This person is wasting whatever, sorry. I'm talking about chug jugs. We're talking about real shit.
Oh, okay. Well, and I don't know. I've been furry for like a long time, and I've definitely seen a lot of people get like outed for like, I don't know, making cub porn, or like zoo or whatever, and it's usually something where it's like, I don't know. Like, you will find people in their comment sections before they get, like, outed, or before they out themselves, where they're like, oh yeah, I bet this person's, like, secretly into this thing. Like, I've seen it before with artists where people are like, oh yeah, I bet you. This person gives me signs that they might be doing, like, cub porn in, like, the back end. And then, like, every once in a while, that person's right. And then they're like, aha, see? Yeah! And now I'm right. And so therefore,
now I'm right forever.
oh, now I'm right forever. Now I have this hunch about this other person, and oh yeah, they're definitely it. Oh, I also have this hunch about this other person. Yep, I'm right here in this case. Like, oh
my, wait.
And
So you're saying that these people have these wild conspiracy theories both in conservatism and in furry because both operate in capitalism?
Well,
like the way that system works is similar, and so they have the same reaction to the system's like makings.
I don't think it would be capitalist. Like, maybe that's somewhere in there.
Because
but what I'm saying is like, oh yeah, because you want the social capital, but you're denied it. So
and then you get
an explanation for why,
and you gain power by calling out one person, and in order to maintain your power, you continue calling out so that you can continue getting capital, even if there's nothing there. You have to create an us and a them in order to get the people who have the capital on your side.
We live in a society.
I love Kaizen's comment here. Yup. There's a name for that. Huh. And I forget what it's called.
Yeah. Yeah, it does remind me of my aunt who's like, oh yeah, my husband divorced me and I was a housewife and now I can't enjoy retirement, so I have to work now that I'm in my 70s. This is clearly Obama's fault. Obama is a Muslim and he's the reason that my ex-husband left me. Like, okay, sure, Jan.
Yeah. Start from point A, end at point 7.
Massive and shit
Yosin.
X10, Barack Hussein Obama.
Barack Hussein Obama? Yeah.
Yeah, some people don't say the middle name. Makes you think, doesn't it?
Why not?
Americans are so fucking stupid.
Yeah. Dude, okay, so like the birther conspiracy was put together by that one radio host, the one that looks like a
You're about to describe all
like,
radio hosts.
if you tried to put a slug in a human suit, he's this horribly, disgustingly racist old man.
Okay.
I fucking don't know why my brain is saying Rudy Giuliani, but it's not Rudy Giuliani. But I'm not saying that's not
Massive
Rudy
and shit
Giuliani.
X10.
Because Rudy Giuliani
Every
wasn't the
conservative
fucking radio host.
host.
Not Larry King. Rush Limbaugh! Thank you, Core.
Did he die?
Yeah, he did die.
Okay. I thought
that
there was a reason I
guy-
stopped thinking about him.
It was like Rush Limbaugh and Donald Trump started like... I fucking love you, Core. But yeah, it was like him and Donald Trump that like started the birther conspiracy. But like, also I recently listened to some old like Limbaugh, and oh wow, holy shit, dude! If you think Alex Jones
Massive
is
and
bad,
shit X10. Oh yeah,
Like,
Rush Limbaugh.
Rush Limbaugh
Guy
was
who
just,
would
like,
celebrate
mad
his death
fuck.
as a regular segment of his show Smile.
like the nightmare shit he said. Like that man was just like an out and out white supremacist. Like he basically just repeated David Duke talking points, but like refused to call himself a Nazi. And I mean, it's literally the same shit that happens now. But I guarantee you, if you listen to Limbaugh, you would be like shocked that like, oh, what? This is on the fucking radio? Are you kidding me? Maybe you
talked
wouldn't.
about Kanye. I don't know. You brought up specifically that he refuses to say that he's a Nazi, and that just made
Kanye
me.
just kind of went.
It made me think like, oh yeah, Kanye's just like nuts with it, huh? Like, he doesn't refuse to say anything.
Yeah.
That guy just keeps saying. Everyone is asking him to stop, and he continues to say. Even when Kanye's trying not to say, he says it in spite of himself suddenly.
It's like watching somebody fall up a flight of stairs. I don't even comprehend how he's doing it. It's so easy to just stop talking and walk away. Well, I don't think people are listening to Kanye. I think Kanye just gets clicks if you get him to say stupid shit on your show. So people keep inviting him onto shows.
Yeah, but you can't.
It's the
be
fact
doing
that like
that.
Alex Jones invited him on and Kanye said like absurdly racist shit. And like even Alex Jones was like, "Oh, you need to stop."
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like,
all people, Alex Jones is like, "Well, no." Like, holy shit.
it's so I have seen. I mentioned a couple weeks ago, like, oh yeah, Kanye's saying some fucked up shit, but I have no idea what it is. I have since looked into it, and the amount of times that he has been on someone's show, like specifically on someone's show, so that they can tout him as a racist mouthpiece, and then he does it too well, and they're like, you can't, huh? Like, it's mind-boggling. And like when they put it like the final cut of shit, like they'll like edit it so he'll just sound very racist and not like, you know, like Kanye.
Right.
It's wild. I don't know. This conversation doesn't go anywhere. It's just like living in this hell world. I have been so used to people trying to obscure everything that they say under layers of irony and whataboutism, and for Kanye to just stand up, hold his arms in the air, and say, you know, like Hitler. It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like, Kanye, what do you mean by that? I'm hateful. But but how? Okay, so you know the worst person. I love that guy. It's bizarre. Like, it feels like he's a character that, like, Araki made up to get hit by a stand in 3 seconds and die. Like, just cartoonishly bad so you don't feel sorry for the collateral damage.
Right. Jesus Christ.
I have not seen that meme, Cheems, and I don't think I need to.
Yeah. This discussion has given me decision paralysis.
Yeah.
There's so much shit to say, and I'm so lost. I feel bad because I'm laughing, and it's just literally because it's too absurd. I can't comprehend it.
He's not real.
But he is. He's just. I've met people that if you tell them not to do something, they're immediately like.
Okay, hear me out.
But
there's an explanation.
Fucking. Right.
What if we're in the Matrix? And they just couldn't get a hold of his program? Like the like tentacle aliens are like flawless programming, and then one of them is like, but the Kanye protocol. I'll leave it for another 3 years. Oh shit! Where is it? Catch him! Catch him! And it like splits into 2 Kanyes, and they both go on talk shows at the same time. And they're like, ah! Dad! Dad! What do you want? It's 4 in the morning, Sklorngus. Kanye speaking. On Twitter? No. God damn it. They're all gonna wake up.
He is real. The only real difference between him and the others is that he's grinding against USA nationalism's idea that Nazi versus USA made us the good guys. Yeah? I mean, the Nazis learned it from us.
Oh my god, crudberry. Kanye
Like their race
is the
science is American race
civilization
science.
real life. He was supposed to have maximum charisma, but it integer overflowed into Hitler praise.
No! No! Oh! Oh!
I can't laugh this loud this late at night. Kanye is the Civ 4 Gandhi.
Oh, no. Oh.
Artificial intelligence.
Nice.
Oh, Lord alive.
Holy shit.
What just happened? What did he... What is my bear doing? Climb it! Am I glitched? Climb the what? Just go up the fucking stairs then, Jesus. Okay, so there you go. If you need to, you can lovingly clip that and title it the part where we talk about Kanye. Because I remembered that I watched him say things, and I was like, I need to expel this.
It's a lot to
I have to
process.
talk about this.
It's like, oh god, dude. No, it's even wilder than Mel Gibson. There's something about Mel Gibson that's just like, yeah. Kanye is mind-boggling. The shit he said recently. The fact, dude, he's literally said like he wants to be a white man because he wants to like own shit. Like, or he like identifies with whiteness because he owns
What?
things. Yeah. Yeah. I'm paraphrasing it. I forget exactly what he said, but it was among those lines.
What is happening?
With the game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see him like flicking his gun? My hands are off the keyboard. That is him attempting to reload and not being able to. That game was just borked. I can't climb. I can't reload. Fortnite's telling me to quit.
Oh, I did stay up super fucking late again. Rhubarb and I went to stop by a bar, and there was a movie playing that had Mel Gibson in it, and it was like a movie that came out like clearly in the past 5 years.
What?
And yeah, and I was just like, who? It was Mel Gibson, and I think the guy from Frasier, and Will Ferrell, and that guy from the creepy Transformers movie, Mark Wahlberg. They had like a 4-way like comedy starring special.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just like a family movie, and I'm just like, how are any of these people interacting with Mel Gibson? Like,
I mean,
what? How has Mel Gibson possibly reformed himself enough to be billed on a ticket with literally all of these other people?
no, Mark.
But then again,
Wahlberg
it was
makes
the
sense.
movie itself was extremely conservative, and it's like humor.
Yeah, no, Mark Wahlberg is in there. I didn't know
Will
Ferrell
Ferrell
was in
surprises
there.
me. Yeah.
But like when I think about it, it makes sense.
Saturday Night Live is incredibly liberal, but like liberal as in like capitalist.
Right. It's liberal as in Nancy Pelosi watches it at night.
Yeah.
Not liberal in the way that conservatives talk about liberalism, which is actually leftism, except when they want to talk about how they don't get anything done, which is the liberal part. I don't know, it's a lot.
Also, the Democratic Party never gets anything done because we already live in a capitalist society and they are capitalists, so why would they want to change anything?
Yeah.
Yep.
Perhaps that's how both sides feel. And they are both just making grand arm wave gestures to appease their base and incite some kind of negativity towards the other side so that they get votes. And then when their base attacks a government building, they're like, oh shit. I have to pretend this was good somehow to keep up my fucking charade. They're all just people who make money.
Yeah. I think one of my last straws with SNL is that fucking Dave Chappelle has been on like multiple times recently. It's just like, oh, you all fucking suck.
Yeah.
Like, you're really gonna platform this shit? Okay, cool.
Massive and shared X10, I saw a screen cap that explained it perfectly. The original post was capitalism is more important than democracy from a conservative posted, and the reply was they're both equally important from a Democrat account.
Oh my god. Mars, that's...
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Rough.
I love how as soon as I'm preparing to stop the stream and get off of Fortnite, Key Squid appears in the lobby to begin playing Fortnite.
Go to bed.
I'm going to bed.
It's 4 a.m. Almost 4:30. Go to bed.
I need to end stream.
End stream. Go find someone to raid.
No, I was saying I need to end stream so I can be cute and gay with you for a little bit and then fall asleep.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do
All
that
right,
now.
all right, chat. Get out of here.
Massive
Yeah,
and shared X10,
get out of my room,
I'm gonna
chat.
go hang out with my cute dragon friends, so
Ferris
have a good
Bueller,
night,
post-credits.
everyone less than 3.
Yeah,
What are
I'm-
you still doing here?
I'm-
Go on, go home.
I'm taking off my shirt right now. You'd better leave. This is getting private real fast.
We're gonna go to our secret Illuminati furry Discord and plot a plot with all the other furry artists about how we're gonna fucking dismantle America. I don't know.
Kazinking off soft cheer, Dex10,
Oh.
love your ego, Deej, and chat, love you all, it was a good night, always enjoy hanging with you folks.
Hell yeah, likewise.
Hey Zen, have a good night.
Yeah, all of you have a wonderful night. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for enduring this weirdly depressing Fortnite stream. I don't know. It's
This
winter is
entire
coming.
time, I've been looking up and just seeing Fortnite, and we're just like, dude, how the fuck?
I mean, literally the first time that we played Fortnite
If
on
we
the
were playing
stream-
Power Wash Simulator, it would make sense to me. Sorry.
Well, it's the same thing. Because in
Yeah.
Fortnite, I just turned my brain off. But like when we first played this, Alex and I talked about like the ways in which people like purport to be doing things to protect children, but they actually end up like endangering more children by like
Oh yeah.
crying wolf on a bunch of scenarios that are not like groomer scenarios, and how that like applies to furry, and how it's difficult to parse those kinds of scenarios when
Massive and
you're
shared
also
X10,
dealing with different cultures
and I
that
still
see
get
children
the
differently.
unboxed Smile.
Right.
It's yeah, Fortnite just makes me go off on shit that I think about in the dead of night with my eyes bloodshot. I don't know why. It just comes out. Did you just say come?
We
So I said
started off
come.
the. No, I said
Oh, okay.
We started off the. We can talk about come later though. So I hopped in, and we were talking about the concept of haters in media, and like harassment campaigns.
Mm-hmm.
And then we started talking about like our gripes with like furry romance novels.
Yep.
And then eventually it kept zooming out and zooming out and zooming out, and it was just like capitalism, white supremacy, the whole thing.
I had a fucking killer take on Twitter this week.
Oh yeah.
And I know that's the lamest thing anyone can ever say. I am aware of that. I just completely forgot that I said this, but because we've had this conversation before, I finally nailed down why it pisses me off so much when people who call themselves Christians don't know about their own book. And it's because the version of Christianity that they ascribe to is strictly the colonialist power behind Christianity. They simply use it to enforce white supremacy, whether they know they're doing it or not. They are not like, they're not like learning from their religion when they like call gay people an abomination, or they say that women belong in certain places because of the Old Testament. They are simply flexing the ability of the Bible to influence people because it is the religion that the worldwide conquerors had and spread everywhere. And they are specifically tapping into that power, the power of colonialism, to get their way in an argument. And there's nothing else to it. There's no other substance to it. There's no other reason for anyone to pay attention to it. Because if you were having a debate like that between people of two different smaller religions, well then obviously the thing you would say is, we believe different things. But in Christianity, it demands to be the only answer. And it demands that you also allow it to be that. And believe it yourself.
That's why it's so useful as a tool to white supremacy.
Yeah. And I was like, that's what it is. I hate when people do that, not just because they're incorrect, but because they're literally borrowing power from the worst force on Earth. And if these people existed 2,000 years ago, they were the ones that crucified Jesus. I realized that too. And I was like, fuck.
Accurate.
That's...
Well, why do you think Christians hate the fucking Jews? It's because they are now the Romans. And they need somebody else to be the bad guy.
I understand what you mean when you say that. But the way that you said it sounded like a fucking Doctor Who plotline, and I need to go to bed.
But I'm not even exaggerating, but yeah.
Anyway.
That is like...
These people are now the Romans.
You're tired, okay.
Wait, when did our icons get on screen? How long have they been there?
This entire time.
What?
Yeah, well, I thought you knew.
Oh. Yeah, I knew.
Kazinking off soft cheered X10, the whole stream XD.
No, I mean, I knew that. I mean, I knew that. Of course. What do you fucking think this is? You think I don't run a tight ship? You think I would just open up a scene and then not look to my left to check it at all during the entire stream? No way.
No way.
I'm better than that. I'm a great streamer.
You are, though.
Thank you. Well, I mean, I know, because, you know, I would never do something like that. So, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all like Doryu?
Do it. Do it.
Because, like, we can go see Doryu if you wanna. I don't know.
I know you got into this game because Doryu is into, like, Apex and Fortnite. Please don't get into fucking Call of Duty. Oh my god.
No, we talked about that before. I don't like Call of Duty. And that's
Oh my
fine.
God.
I love that Doryu loves all shooters. And
Ugh.
it's really great. But no, I got into Apex because Doryu shot me on the head in Fortnite. And that's as much influence as he has over me.
Gotcha. Okay,
He
good.
has the ability to shoot me in the head. I told you guys that he did that a second time, by the way, right? Like I told you that we were playing Apex, and Doryu on his fucking subathon, without even like thinking about it, just capped me in the brain during gun game, and was like, "Oh, that's crudberry." It's so funny. Because these are also games that, like, he and his friends play, like, brainlessly. It's funny that, one, we can even get matched in the same lobby, and two, that he just, like, kills you. Oh, I like that guy. Anyway, keep being you. It's my favorite thing you do. Get out of here.